So you're back. Is anybody still missing a wallet? All right, you are, yeah.
Just the money in it.
That's right. Okay, ready?
All right. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to the 2022 Action 22 annual meeting. Thank you guys for being here, making the trip to join us. I'm Mike Espinosa. I do the business development for Action 22. And here with me is Rick Klein, city manager of La Junta. Can I get a round of applause for Rick? He's also our board chair, and his secret to success is starting every single day with half a gallon of Kool-Aid. I'm just kidding. Actually, so Rick's actually going to do the official welcome to the annual meeting, but first, I want to give Rick here a little gift. So Rick actually gave me this coin. It's a La Junta commemorative coin. But what many of you may not know is that's actually the coin I got to flip before the gubernatorial debate at CSU Pueblo between Heidi Ganahl and Jared Polis. Right. So I want to give it back to you since it's kind of a famous coin now for you.
That's right. Well, which one was heads, which one was tails?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that Jared Polis won and deferred to
All right.
let Heidi speak first. So Rick is going to go ahead and kick us off and welcome you guys to the annual meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man.
Do what? Oh, yeah, password.
Also, I bet a lot of you guys are curious about how to log on to the Wi-Fi here. So it's going to be, the Wi-Fi is WTP, as in Water Tower Place Public. And the password is Water Tower. It's just all lowercase, one word. Water Tower Place Public, Water Tower, okay?
Easy peasy. Yep. Hi. So I've worked in local government on both sides, counties and cities, for over 40 years. Now, as a staff member, I'm the guy that gets to put in everybody's what they want to do once they get done with the election. Now, you know what I've found over my 40 years? I don't care whether they were Republican, Democrat, or unaffiliated. But once that election was done, we had Americans working on their beliefs. Now, think about that. Americans working on their beliefs, It didn't matter what my politics was as a staff member. It was my job to get the job done, whatever that they were bringing in and across. So, if it was, say it was a Republican, a certain sector was brought up. If it was a Democrat, a certain sector was brought up. Affiliated, they're just trying to help out everybody. And I'm always amazed how everybody tries to put, because we see it on TV and stuff, and put everybody in these boxes and stuff. Recently, I was in Boston, so I walked that Freedom Trail, and I was amazed on that. That was just a small group of men that started this nation. Now, what were they? They were Americans working on their beliefs, and that's how it all started. So over the span of our nation, here we are just putting together this nation piece by piece with different groups. So just remember, after this election, when it goes down, these are all Americans working on, and that's how we bring this country together and bring them forward. Action 22, we bring together the cities and counties. Now in the counties, when I was county engineer for Otero County, we'd go to Colorado Counties Incorporated and get educated on what was coming down. When I flipped over to the city 33 years ago, well, what did we would go to? Colorado Municipal Leagues, and then we'd hear about those issues and and get educated on them. Now, Action 22, we bring them together. So now, you have people that are educated from both groups that get together, and we see how it affects our area. We talk about it. And then our job is you get how it affects our area, you get a consensus, and then we take it to those Americans that are working on their beliefs to also work on our beliefs, and that's the way a good system will work. We have a great agenda, great speakers. Action 22 has a reveal that we hope that's going to help out everybody. So whether you worked in private sector or the public sectors, I want to thank you for helping out your counties and communities. because we all need to stick together and make this work. Have a great day.
As you guys can tell, Rick Klein is one of my very favorite people, but I was telling someone earlier, it's funny having these Action 22 events because we basically get to invite most of our favorite people from across the state, so it's kind of just cheating on our part to give us an excuse to see you guys. Also, just a reminder, we actually have some hockey tickets available. There's a great junior hockey team here in Pueblo that's really started to thrive, and they're doing an Action 22 night at the hockey game tonight. We do have limited tickets. It's our gift to you. If you guys can stick around and attend the game, let us know if you haven't gotten your tickets already. We have a few left. Now, we're going to hear from someone you guys might have heard of before. She's short, she's sassy. She's Sarah Blackhurst.
There's nobody in a better position to know exactly how sassy it's been happening to him for a long, long time. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be back. I'm thrilled to be back at Water Tower Place. I'm glad to see all of you here. There's one thing before I get into my remarks. So, we usually produce a booklet. Brian worked really, really hard on it, but there are some serious supply chain issues, and so we were not able to print it. So we still have it available to you, and there's that QR code on your on the back of your agenda, or at the bottom of your agenda, so you can go and pick that up. We're going to actually use what we have here, and some of the stuff that happens here, and some of the other things, and then we'll print it and send it out at the end of the year. But right now, supply chain issues are something that's a problem for everybody, so we knew you guys would understand that. Before I get too far into my comments, I wanted to first recognize a few people. Now, it's just impossible to get all the dignitaries that are in the room, because look around, everybody here. These are all leaders. Action 22, and that's by design. Action 22, you might not know, you have to be invited to be a part of Action 22. We don't invite you unless you're a leader in your community and for your community. But before I get into the board members, can we just really quick, I want to, instead of dignitaries, recognize veterans and first responders in the room. So let's start with, if we have any Army veterans, can you stand up? Army, yay. Navy boys, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and do we have any coasties in the room? First responders, firefighters, EMTs, or law enforcement. Will you please stand? Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my good friend Colin Harris, who is a hot shot out of Durango right now. And he wanted to join us. He's one of our kids, because he's a Rye kid, but he's the only Rye kid I could get to come with me today. So we appreciate him and all he does. We've got several Action 22 board members around the room. Yell at me if I forget somebody. I boast, without any pushback, absolutely the best board of directors of any nonprofit organization in Colorado. And if you think you have a better board of directors, come and have a conversation with me. I will prove you wrong. So you already heard from Rick Klein, who's here right now. Tony Haas is coming in a little bit later. Chuck Staggerwall, who has been on since Action 22 started on June 6th of 1999. He's been on the board that long. Sitting next to him is Mike Cafasso, who is the CEO for, it's Centura, can I say? I need to say Centura. So it's Centura now. Laura Getz from San Isabel Electric is in the room someplace. Guillermo Lambari from AT&T. Charles Bogle from Custer County. Ashley Valdez from Xcel Energy. Carlton Croft from Los Animas County. And who am I missing? Is there any other board member that I missed? Oh, Jim Ehrlich from the San Luis Valley. He's over the Colorado Potato Association for the San Luis Valley. So thank you. Can you help me thank them? And we have a brand new board member just today, and I'm going to ask Rhonda to stand up in the back. This is Dr. Rhonda Epper, who is the president of Trinidad State. She's just joining the board. Of course, Dr. Lujan from Lamar Community College was on our board, and she's going off at the end of the year, so we are very privileged to have her, Rhonda, join us. So, one of the difficulties that we continue to come up against is describing Action 22. I've been working on this for 5 years. People ask me who Action 22 is, what do we do? And I've come up with something, and it's sort of, I don't love it, but it's the best way to describe. And we're the Regional Chamber of Commerce for legislative advocate, and we're legislative advocates for public policy on a state and federal level. You can't understand Action 22 until you sort of experience us. And so we tell people, because there's just so much. So then some people will ask me, well, what is it that you guys do? And then I'll just say something kind of sarcastic, because it's very difficult to describe. So as a report to you all, since the last time we met for our Action 22 meeting, I thought I'd give you some of the highlights of the things that we've done in the last 12 months. And this is in no particular order, because some of it's ongoing. We did Voices of Colorado. We did with our sister organizations in Denver. Some of you attended that. We did a housing summit. We did road trips with our Attorney General Phil Weiser. We did the San Luis Valley Broadband Project. Now, this was a really important thing. We worked on this for 8 of the last 12 months. And our job was to overcome the digital gap through an equity lens. So if you can imagine that, we said, you know, there's still so much disconnect, literally and figuratively, in the San Luis Valley. So we sat down and we looked at 3 things. Now, let me tell you, you already know our team. It's me and Brian and Micah. And we are, I've characterized us as a troika. A troika is a Russian word, and it's, in the old days, the horses. You know, here in the United States, we have horses and they lined up, and that's how they were drawn. There, they found it more effective to have 3 across. So there was no one in front of the other. And so we operate, Action 22 leadership operates as a troika. I found out one of the skills that really I didn't understand about Brian several months ago, maybe like November, December of last year, is he's really very, very good at research. I ask him something and he can have an answer to me within seconds, no matter how obscure it is. So we sat down and looked at this. We realized that there were 3 reasons that there were people in the San Luis Valley who weren't accessing it. Why? It was either a privacy issue, it was an affordability issue, or it was digital literacy. We came to our board and we said, these are the issues. And affordability was one of the biggest ones, not just with regard to can people afford broadband, but if they can't afford broadband, they certainly can't afford the devices on which to use them. So I want to recognize, Guillermo, will you stand up for just a second? Guillermo Lambari. Calls me up one day, and it was just, it was perfect timing, and he says, hey, could you use 200 laptops for your project down there? And literally, I almost cried. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. So AT&T, thanks to that Action 22 connection, AT&T provided 200 laptops in the San Luis Valley without any strings attached, and it was an amazing, amazing thing. In addition to that, they followed up with Monta Vista as a result of this project, and they gave money for the Monta Vista Kids Connect. So thank you, Guillermo, for that. It was one of those projects that we learned a lot from, because it didn't in the end, it didn't go as how we had wanted it to go, but it was an amazing experience, and we know for those groups that some really important things happened, and we're going to be working with our partners like Gigi Dennis and Laura Lasky and Jim Ehrlich in the San Luis Valley to make sure that those next steps can be taken. I sat on the search committee for the CU president, Todd Salomon. During the legislative session, we took position, or we took action on, now let me tell you what that means, is that this is stakeholder process, board discussions, colleague discussions, oral and written testimony in person or by Zoom. On 13 bills we took position on, including state fair, county lodging tax, collective bargaining, metro district statewide building codes, air toxin coalition, property tax, Department of Early Childhood tax credits, water speculation, and air toxins. We also got into the mix on the RWR, renewable water resources issues that were going on in the San Luis Valley. I sat on or moderated panels 3 times for other organizations or other things. I did 3 op-eds. I moderated the primary forum for the League of Women Voters, and then the gubernatorial debates. I don't know if you guys heard about that. We did Making Action Happen. We did 43 YouTube episodes and 36 on the Voice America Network. Hold on, I gotta scroll down. We did letters of support for member projects 5 times. We weighed in on proposed rule changes 4 times. We met with Hickenlooper on 2 separate visits. We participated in Colorado Cooperation, increased membership by 20%. We had more than 50,000 miles on 3 vehicles. I additionally sit on the PCC Gold panel, and I am the vice chair for Coloradans for Energy Access. Brian is the Southern Colorado Regional VP for the United Veterans of Colorado. He gave more than 300 hours in the last year to veteran causes, including Mount Carmel veterans and veterans across the Action 22 footprint, including but not limited to influencing the keeping of rural clinics open. That was an issue. And helping launch a one-stop shop. Can we give some applause to Brian? He has done an amazing, amazing job this year. And he's very modest, but I'm telling you, he was instrumental in making sure those clinics stayed open. Now, as you guys know, election years are wildly interesting, not just for all of you, but for Action 22. We celebrate our representative form of government while watching everyone navigate through the campaign season. We worked really hard this year because we are passionately nonpartisan, and that's not an easy place to be. We catch a lot of flack for that. There's a lot of mistrust thrown our way and a lot of anger thrown our way because we are nonpartisan. But here's what we do. We are about our members, and we're about our region and everything that we say and do. So trying to keep my thoughts to myself sometimes, we really wanted to stay focused during this election cycle, and I think we've been successful on the water, economy, energy, and public safety. We worked on those because we know that Action 22 and all of Coloradans are affected by this every day. That's in no particular order, but you'll note the acronym on that one. During the election season, we have done 15 separate candidate interviews for our show for Making Action Happen. These were candidates that are Action 22 members. And then, of course, we were moderators for several things. Now, that list I just gave you, and during an election year and all the other stuff that's going on, we had some struggles this year. And Micah understands the way my brain works, and Brian sort of understands the way everybody's brain works. It's a really weird and creepy thing. But not too long ago, I was feeling very overwhelmed and I felt the weight of everything that's going on. I have to tell you, it's been disappointing to me on a whole other level, the way people have treated each other during this election season. I have a tendency to put people on pedestals, and pedestals have crumbled left and right. And I just thought more and thought we could be more and act more. And so Brian was in a meeting with Hickenlooper on a veterans thing, I'm sure. And he came back and he talked about how Hickenlooper, who's not running for office, is really pushing this idea of bipartisanship. And then I started to listen to some of the things that he was saying or he was trying to push. And for the first time in a while, I got a little bit of a glimmer like, yes, we can do this. Yes, we can be a voice for everybody. So it's not just, we're not unique in our desire to build a strong voice for our communities, but we are unique in the way that we are constantly evolving and reinventing our approach. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about the theme and then why we're going to say the things we're doing. Micah has this weird sort of tick where he loves to play with words, and he will tell you, you can give him a word and he'll tell you the root of it and where it's come from and what it actually means and what it means in other languages, and it's just weird. And then I said, I'm thinking on this word enduring and that making that our theme. And he stopped and he did that little analysis that he does because he's going to correct me, right? And then he's like, no, that's the right word. Because it was been interesting to watch when you say enduring, it means different things to different people. Enduring, in this sense, is everlasting, continuing to go, being able to get through all of the tough stuff. So I selected Enduring Colorado for our theme today. Now, it all came down to this, and I thought about this. It was really, I got to see Hickenlooper again yesterday, and I mentioned that I kind of pivoted instead of being like just angry with everybody about the feeling that we have, because when all this is said and done, Action 22 always is looking beyond the election. No matter who wins, we still have to work with these people. Have we done so much damage that we can't work with them? So that was bothering me. But I was a little bit inspired by Hickenlooper, and I remembered this quote: "Societies grow great when old men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit." You'll notice on your tables, we put that quote. That picture's by Micah, and then I put that quote on it. When you set aside all the muck and look beyond the elections, isn't that the altruistic form of leadership that we're rising to? I said the word wrong. I'm sorry. He just gave me that look. Sorry. Isn't that what we're trying to achieve together? So I hope with this conference we can do what Action 22 always does: bring everybody together. And we do not care what party you are. What we care about is your leadership, and are you the kind of leader that would plant a tree knowing that you'll never sit in the shade of it? Thank you so much. So it's my privilege, and without going into too much, it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker. I get to introduce him. I always ask to get to introduce him. And it's really because he thinks outside the box. He colors outside the mandate of his job. And whenever I've brought anything to him in the last 5.5 years, I think, whatever crazy, weird, he stops and considers, he listens, he follows up, and we've actually been able to see some really wonderful projects come to fruition for the Action 22 footprint, and then for the entire state, due to his diligence in planting those trees. Please help me welcome Phil Weiser.
I'm a little taller than Sarah. It's great to be here. Sarah, thank you for your authenticity, for your integrity, and your commitment to serve. I want to get to some of your themes in a minute, but I got to start with Rick. Where did Rick go? Right in the back there. Yes, you can't see him. Rick said, "We Americans are working on this project of collective governance. We're all in this work together as Americans, as we the people." What Sarah talked about, this divisiveness, toxicity, is something we have to resist in Colorado. I read an article recently that talked about the end of the great collision of ideas. It said that more and more during election season and otherwise, too many are staying in their core base, and they're not listening to others. They're not in dialogue. I'm proud to say here in Colorado, dialogue is alive and well. And I have been to valuable exchanges at Pro 15, at Club 20, and here at Action 22, and many other environments. Because I believe all truth is partial. God can see the whole truth. I can't. So when someone sees something different than what I'm seeing, when they have access to information I don't have, that gets my attention. Thus my great appreciation for when Sarah says, I've got this idea, or I've heard about something that's happening. That spirit is one that Roy Romer, our governor from the heart of Action 22 territory, would often remark on. And he tied it back to the Talmud, which would have these great debates between two different points of view. Hillel and Shammai were two famous. And one story would be like, do you light Hanukkah candles left to right or right to left? And the answer was, they're both right. And this fun story, a rabbi comes home, tells his wife the story, and she says, honey, they both can't be right. And he says, you're right too. If we can start from the premise of goodwill, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? What am I missing? How can I learn from you? We will be a great democratic republic. And that's what Rick was getting at. By contrast, if we start from the premise, and this is what I think was getting Sarah down, you are subhuman. You are not worth listening to. I want to demonize you and fill in whatever ad hominem attacks you want. Our democratic republic is in trouble. We cannot let that happen in Colorado. Colorado has to be a beacon for the nation, which is why I was excited to develop this initiative called the Ginsburg-Scalia Initiative. These are two people, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Antonin Scalia, could not have more different views as a matter of philosophy, but they were friends. They were close friends. And as the conference I put together, Justice Scalia's son, Eugene Scalia, said their friendship wasn't in spite of their differences. It was because of their differences. And they loved opera and good food too, of course. But in any event, that's what we need. And Wayne Williams and I put this thing together called the Unify Colorado Challenge, to have people from across our state. I don't think Wendy's here, but Wendy Buxton-Andrade was one of the people in this. And she joined a conversation with like a left liberal person from Boulder, and guess what? They had a lot in common. They had a really respectful conversation. And we captured that on a documentary that we released on Constitution Day to help us with civics education to teach what Rick was starting off about what it means to live in a democratic republic. So my second point I want to focus on, and it's another way to say what Sarah was getting at, let's be honest, the two political parties are not Democrats and Republicans. They're the parties of innovation versus the party of inertia. Most governmental issues, well, how have we always done this before? Whatever the issue is. Or, what's the best way to do this? I'm the party of innovation. I'm also the party of innovation. In any event, that means Lori Lasky and I are deeply aligned in what we do to address the opioid epidemic. If you haven't heard what she's doing in her region, take some time and listen. How many people do you have on your council, Lori? 51 people. Talk about coloring outside the box. We had to negotiate this whole thing with local governments. We got it all negotiated, and you have now officially proved me wrong. Because I said, Lori, are you sure you want the valley in your own region and not with the rest of Southeast Colorado's? And Lori and other people I trusted said, we want to do our own region. Trust me, we're going to make this work. I said, I trust you. 51 people. She only had to have like 14 or something by the minimum requirements. But Lori's not someone who does something minimalistic. There are people on that council with lived experience who've gone through addiction and recovered, and those people were listened to intensively. The process they had to decide how to spend the money. We sued these drug companies who push these dangerous opioids, lying to people. Think Purdue Pharma, Johnson & Johnson, McKinsey. So we get all this money coming back. We got to set up these 19 regions. The Valley's one of them. And they have a really reflective conversation. Not just, what are we going to do with this initial tranche of money, but how do we get access to other funds to build for the first time in generations drug treatment recovery in the Valley, and they're going to get it done because Lori's a leader in the innovation party. Let's give her a round of applause. So let me talk about Rhonda Epper, who is the newest Action 22 board member. One of those ideas Sarah said to me is, I'm really worried about all this housing stock in southeast Colorado, like in Trinidad, because no one's living there. It's run down, it's blighted, and they need more good housing. Can you do something to help? At the time, I wasn't even Attorney General. I said, I don't know yet, but I'll find out. So I get in office, and it turns out there's this settlement. John Suthers, when he was AG, won it. All those banks who defrauded people during this mortgage foreclosure mess, foreclosing on people. Colorado got $60 million for a fund to support housing needs. So I ask a question that you should make sure every statewide official asks all the time. How much money in this program is going south of Pueblo? Answer, 0. I say, why not? They say, wait for the party of innovation answer. Wait for the party of inertia answer. We have this program, and it doesn't really work south of Pueblo. I'm in the party of innovation. I said, well, we're developing a new program. And Rhonda raised her hand. Said, we're going to train people to rehabilitate housing. So take what has been a blighted part of our community and renew it. And they're now houses in Trinidad today because of this program. Can we thank Rhonda for her leadership? So, broadband has been mentioned. In, by the way, the Twitter attack universe that's breaking Sarah's heart, I am attacked for caring about broadband. To which I say, you weren't with me in Cortez this past week, where I asked a room like this, how many of you can do a Zoom call from home? 60% could, 40% can't. So if your statewide officials don't care about 40% of people, and I know it's true in the Valley too, Southwest Colorado, this is the 21st century. So I push Congress, we need money for broadband, we need support. And we're getting it, and we have to get it right. Because by the way, we've had some previous chapters of trying to address this broadband challenge, and we haven't got it right. So I showed up in Cortez to say, how can I help? And we're working on what's going to be a two-step. I know the Valley's got a plan. They're working. I'm here to help you as well. Getting a ring, kind of like the Project Thor that's in Northwest, and then filling in that with basically last-mile connections so that whatever it is, 2, 3, 4 years from now, when I go to Cortez and I say, how many of you can do a Zoom call from home? Everyone needs to be able to raise their hand. So this is the work we do together in Colorado. I want to close on water, which I believe is the source of that spirit of collaborative problem solving. Russ George has a great frame for those conversations. What do you need and what can you give up? I'll tell you what the Valley, to take one example that Sarah's already noted, needs. It needs water for an agricultural economy, and it can't give up the lifeblood of its economy. And I'm proud to be the first statewide official who said hell no when the plan was launched to do just that. I am committed to managing our water the right way, and I'll tell you, it's going to be one of the hardest challenges our state's going to have in the next few years. And you've got a great person, Mary Ann, talking tomorrow about some of those challenges in the Colorado River. Because the last 20 years, we proved that denial is not just a river in Egypt. It was alive and well in the lower basin, where they continue to use this reservoir in Lake Powell and this reservoir in Lake Mead until we've now gotten to the point, game over. So last year, lower basin states used 10 million acre feet. They're only entitled to 7.5. We are entitled to 7.5 too. We use 3.5. So how we craft this new framework is going to take collaborative problem solving of the highest order. It's going to take my attention. I've been building our team. The potential for litigation is there. We can't be afraid of it. And yet, if this ends up being litigated at the U.S. Supreme Court, which is where these cases start, we're probably all going to be losers. So we have a ton of work to do on it. Let's do it the right way. Let me close on another answer to Sarah's challenge to us, which is, can we as Colorado represent a future where hope is our touchstone, as opposed to one where fear is our downfall? When you drive people to make decisions out of fear, you often are not going to make your best decisions. You often are going to be more, how can I protect what's mine, not how can I work with you. The best results are going to be win-win solutions where people come together and say, how do we work together to solve a problem, as opposed to how do I maybe leave you worse off and just focus on my own needs. In the conversations around public safety, I'll give you a very concrete example. If local law enforcement agencies are trying to hire from one another, stealing officers to meet their officer shortage, we're all losing. We got to expand that pie, which is why one of my top priorities is how do we recruit, how do we retain, and how do we train more police officers? Possibly the number one public safety challenge we face right now is if you don't have enough law enforcement officers, you're not going to solve all the crimes you need to solve. You're going to actually potentially leave an open secret. We don't have enough officers to address fill in the blank on what issue may be under-enforced. That is unacceptable. I went to the legislature to get millions of dollars for police officer recruitment and retention. I also went to get money for mental health support because we lose too many officers who, in the wake of their trauma, say, I can't do this anymore, or more painfully, lose them to suicide. And we have more officers die by suicide than in felonious attacks on the job. We're working to redesign our police academy training with issues like emotional awareness as core to the foundation of effective policing. This is going to take time and work and collaboration. We're going to have to think hard about issues like how we make sure we protect victims. I had the challenging situation that Lori knows well in the Valley of a district attorney violating the Victims' Rights Act, and I had to take action. I did, stepped in even temporarily, and we now have a new DA rebuilding trust with the community, with victims, and with law enforcement. We have to continue to address challenges like things like porch pirates or catalytic converter theft or fentanyl trafficking. I've worked and led on those issues, and we have to keep doing it. The challenge for all of us is we're living in a time when it's too easy to demonize others, too easy to stoke fear, and too easy to shut down dialogue and our imagination. But not in Colorado. Who we are in Colorado are pioneers, are innovative problem solvers. We are going to be a beacon to our nation. The work that Action 22 does here is critical because it shows what it looks like when people come together, work together, put the politics aside, listen, and get things done. And that's why I'm so proud to be an Action 22 member. We'd love your thoughts, questions, and ideas if we have some time. Thank you. Come on, we got questions here. Do I have to call on people? Yes, please.
Do you have any solution to the fentanyl problem? Anything that you think we should be doing or not doing today?
I really appreciate the question. And just to give people a little bit of context, if not everyone has it, we are now in a hole we've been digging for 25 years. These pills, I mentioned Purdue Pharma, were pushed out like candy. You know, some communities in southern Colorado had more pills being sold per day than were people. How this happened is a terrible story of what you might call predatory capitalism and greed. That was part one of the whole. Drug cartels said, we have a market of people who want our product, because if we sell them heroin, it'll be cheaper than what they currently are paying for these pills. So they did. And many people here probably know people who started with these pills and then moved to heroin. we're now in the worst stage of this 25-year hold because those same cartels said, we can actually make counterfeit pills that are based of fentanyl, 50 times more potent than heroin, and have even a better business model. Now, whether you're Purdue Pharma or a cartel and your business model is killing people, you need to be held accountable. The challenge is we can't only do it from the law enforcement side, but we need to do more on the law enforcement side. So I've, pushed, if we had a functioning Washington, D.C., we'd be beefing up security and detection at the border. 90% of this fentanyl is coming over in cars, but for whatever reason, we've not developed the ways to detect it, so it's getting through. We need to fix that with a sense of urgency that lives are on the line. And then when we get cartel rings operating here, we got to go after them. I've done that in my office. Other DAs have done that. I went to the legislature to get more money to do that. We have a new criminal offense that on a bill that I know has worked on, distributing fentanyl resulting in death. About a year ago, the former U.S. attorney and I called for that bill. We got that done. Now, that's important. We got to stay focused on that work. Lori has a few other, call it solutions or responses that we have to also lean into. The prevention, education, and awareness work, and again, talk to Lori, talk to others, it's essential. The message needs to be known by everybody, everywhere. If you get a prescription pill that's not from a pharmacy, you're playing Russian roulette. It's going to kill you. Don't use it. It's terrifying right now. Second, if you are struggling with addiction and you're using, you also are putting your life on the line. We need to have not 20% of the treatment we need, which is about what we have. We need 100% of the treatment we need, which is going to take a lot of time. And then also, we need to better get Narcan, naloxone out there, because when someone overdoses, it can save their life. And here's the thing. If you give somebody Narcan and they aren't in an overdose, you misjudge the situation, nothing bad happens. So those are the best strategies I would start with, which is interdict the supply every way you can, give people who are struggling treatment and recovery pathways, get the word out, education awareness, and have this what they call harm reduction of naloxone available. Lori, would you add anything to that? No? Okay. Yes. So this is a whole nother important conversation, which is how do our district attorney's office function? How does the court function? How do we enable it to function better? And rather than me go too deep into the conversation, I would just call on us to have those conversations in the right spirit. And if you have a district attorney who's not willing to sit down and have a conversation, that's a big problem. And I'd never seen a problem of that enormity before I heard from law enforcement in the San Luis Valley, because their district attorney wouldn't talk to their county commissioners, wouldn't talk to law enforcement and mistreated victims, and it had disastrous consequences. We need district attorneys who are problem solvers, who will do exactly what you just say, because you have a couple of problems. What's your pretrial system look like? What do you do before trial? Who stays in jail because they're a threat to public safety? Who gets out under what monitoring conditions? And then you have dispositions, like we're going to give someone a disposition, which could be, in retrospect, way too light. You can have diversion programs if you have the programs to use. And then you got to hold accountable those who are breaking the law and hurting people. If our criminal justice system is not functioning as it should, that is a major impediment to public safety. As I hope you all know, I am not directly responsible for any things I just mentioned, except in the most unusual situation where a district attorney resigns immediately and the governor says, well, you step in, which is what we did in the Valley. Other than that, it's your local district attorneys working with your local leaders who are figuring out those problems. I can try to give people suggestions, and Some communities, some district attorneys are more open to suggestions than others. If you want to invite me in for a conversation, district attorney is happy to have. I've had those conversations in Pueblo. This district attorney here, Jeff Choster, is really a problem solver, and your old sheriff has been a great problem solver. He just got promoted though, didn't he? Give it up for Kirk Taylor, come on. It was funny, I was in the courthouse and they said, yeah, we hear we're getting a new sheriff from Pueblo. I'm like, damn right you are. And they're gonna be better for it. All right, one or two, three more questions, right there, and then up the way.
Yeah, with this whole fentanyl, I think you probably read the testimony as well.
Yes.
Well, I would go to another part of this is legislation. And, you know, this whole $4 grand or less.
Yeah.
You'll see, you may know an old cocaine user, an old opioid user. You don't know old fentanyl users, because they don't exist.
Right.
And for that not to be, you know, a more serious drug offense, it's really hurting these small communities, these rural communities. And we have met in 16 districts where Paul, we came, we talked to us, and said, you know, the way this legislation has passed these bills, it makes it hard for us to do anything about this. So I know you personally can't do that, but you have influence over the legislation. It's not helping us. I know it's not helping them, or I was at the mayor's summit this morning, and it's not working anyway. So we need to talk to our legislators and let them know these kind of bills are dangerous to our community.
Let me make a few points on this. First, I pushed to get the possession as low as possible, and the lowest it got was 1 gram. The reason that was so important to lower it is under the 4 gram, you could be selling those pills, and you could have 70 pills, which means someone gets caught and they say, oh, these 70 pills are for my own use. That's a misdemeanor. Now, 1 gram, do the math, it's whatever, 16 pills. Still a problem, but not as big a problem. We may have to go back and revisit that. I do want to emphasize something that your story needs to include. Here's the problem. You arrest someone who's a drug user who has 5 pills for their own use. Let's say it's a felony. Everything's a felony. What Will Culver's going to say to you is, I'd like to put that person in a diversion program to give them treatment so they don't come back here 6 months later committing more crimes or using more. We don't have enough treatment to have diversion programs in southeast Colorado, in the San Luis Valley, in southwest Colorado. So I agree with you, we should get that possession level down, but I also know from DAs and sheriffs, they're looking for more treatment and recovery, because without it, they're just putting people in jail who are going through detox. And I talked to Robert Jackson about this a whole bunch. They get right out, they go back to using, and they're 128 times more likely to overdose because their system gets reset. One more problem, by the way. We need to fix Medicaid so that you can get access to Medicaid such when you leave jail, you have it, so that you aren't in the situation which happens now. You could be in a program, medication-assisted treatment, in jail, but then when you leave, you're not eligible to continue on Medicaid. We got to fix that too. All right, let me just go in order because a few people are saying, yes.
I wanted to ask you brought up water. My concern is that with Colorado River and even our Rio Grande River, that the feds are going to need to understand water management better than the state of Colorado. Are you prepared to defend us against that takings?
Yes.
Because opening up these compact agreements would be devastating to agriculture.
We're not opening up to compact. We're going to renegotiate the guidelines, and we're going to fight the feds if they try to do something stupid. We do have Cleve Simpson in the House, so if you ask a water question, you got to acknowledge the great Cleve Simpson. Thank you, Cleve, for all your leadership on water. We're so fortunate. He did an extraordinary job getting money back for the Valley, addressing that community's water situation. We are on a tightrope, and one of the forces trying to potentially push us off could be what the feds do. So we're keeping an eye on it. We've built up more in our legal team to prepare for any contingencies there. Now you had a question as well.
From your lens, if you could change one thing about Colorado, what would you change?
100% drug treatment recovery for anyone who needs it. Sorry.
You know, Phil, I'm just going to kind of throw something out here that is really super upsetful to everybody.
Okay?
We talk about drugs, we talk about fentanyl, we talk about trying to split the hair of who's a user and who's a dealer. The simple thing, this is what I'm looking for in leadership, whether it's the governor or whatever level, state legislators, we have a serious problem, and that is we're dancing around a problem that we're not dealing with. The problem needs to be, if there is a drug dealer that deals any dangerous drugs to anybody under the age of 18, they go to prison for 15 years. Now we don't have all these conversations about, well, we gotta do this and that, because once somebody starts getting involved with these drugs, the addiction takes over, it ruins families, it ruins economies, it ruins all of this. Why don't we deal with the real issue of what needs to be dealt with, and that is go after the drug dealers and make it such a painful consequence that we're not having these conversations about other stuff like this.
So we do need to do more going after drug dealers. That's why I got this new offense, distribution of fentanyl resulting in death, because too many young people are dying. And we do need to hold accountable dealers, obviously from the street level all the way up in terms of these networks. I do want to end on a point here, though, because I'm being told to end. The addiction crisis we have started before we had drug dealers pushing fentanyl. It started with pills. And part of what we got to do better is more empathy for those who are using drugs and less stigma around substance abuse disorder. People who are struggling with a drug addiction, with their mental health, it's like you have an illness. We need to make sure we give them treatment and help them get well. There's a lot of trauma out there from a range of sources that people end up internalizing and then turning to using. Could be alcohol in some cases. Obviously, we've been talking about opioids. Could be other drugs. And Sam Quinones, someone mentioned how great his book is, and I agree, read both of his books. He said to me something I really appreciated. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. When people are connected to one another and say, "Are you okay? I'm concerned about you," that's the best, whatever you want to call it, prevention method, the best recovery method I think we can have. Part of the pandemic that was so awful was all this isolation so many went through, which lowered domestic violence reporting, it lowered people's support for one another, and I don't think J.C. Karika's here right now, but J.C.'s doing this program which says, do you care about your neighbors as much as you care about your herd and your crops? Encouraging people to ask about one another. It's a really promising program that he's trying to help get out there. We need more of that. We need more connection, more concern about one another, and I will do all I can to help promote just that. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you so much, Phil. We always appreciate your support. Been a big supporter of Action 22 for years now, and I know I personally have always been impressed by your willingness first to show up in these rural areas and also to have these difficult conversations. A couple of things before I forget. There was a couple of board members that we did neglect to recognize who are here with us today. First of all, Mr. William Much. He's our board member representing El Paso County. I saw William here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Thanks, William. And then also Sarah Carlisle from Tri-State. She's actually one of our out-of-area board members. We can give them a round of applause. And also, we're very lucky to be holding this year's event here at the Water Tower Place. It's a building that, as you look around, I'm sure you have lots and lots of questions about. So, first of all, I'd like to thank Ryan McWilliams, who's also always been a big supporter of Action 22. If we can give Ryan a round of applause. And as I'm sure we all have some questions as we look around the building, we'd ask Ryan to kind of talk a little more about what's going on here at Water Tower Place.
Hi, thanks.
Hi, guys. I know most of you. Thanks for coming back to Water Tower, those that are coming back, and for the new people arriving, welcome. We really appreciate you supporting Action 22 and Water Tower and everything that the crew is doing. So, if you guys don't know the background, one of the things that we're trying to do with Water Tower is actually use this as a tool. That tool is to actually improve community and drive economic success. When I first bought this building, I didn't really have that in mind, but I got a pull from the community that sort of said, hey, there's a need here. And so we happily changed paths a little bit. And now we're even addressing issues such as what Phil talked about a minute ago. We're trying to be a change agent in some ways and also be a supportive agent in a lot of different ways. So Water Tower Place is 6 acres under the roof. It was the biggest eyesore probably in the western United States. It was also the pinnacle of derelict neglect in our community for decades and decades. This plant closed in 1981 over a union dispute for 10 cents an hour, and they were the highest paid in the nation. So we've learned a lot from history through this building, and we're trying to tell those stories. We're trying to be better. We're trying to educate ourselves and the community. We're also trying to be the glue in the community a little bit, pulling city government and county government together, pulling business and the university. Everything that we're doing has a purpose and a story. All of them are quite long, so I'm not going to bore you with all of them. But I do want to just mention one thing because it was a question earlier and with Phil. And we were pretty fortunate when we bought this building to have had a unique situation. Part of it was good, part of it was not so good. We had about 100 homeless living in this building when we actually moved everything in. Well, we didn't move it, when we were cleaning things out. We moved 1.6 million pounds of homeless trash out of this building that we had to pick up by hand and pay to dispose of. A private developer had to do that, right? Because the city and the county and our community let it sort of go downhill that far, 1.6 million pounds. So all well and good, except everyone on the planet had the opportunity to take on this project, and no one did, right? And the reason no one did is because it was such a mess and we let it go so far. But if you look at the bones of this building, it's amazing. It's inspirational. We are so fortunate. So it doesn't matter which community you guys are coming from. I think the moral of that story is that we really need to, even if we are a less fortunate community economically, we still have the ability to clean up our neighborhoods, and we should be doing that. So it took the dumbest kid in Pueblo to come back and actually take this on, which is, I'm happy to do it, and I feel very honored to be able to do it. Now, though, so when we bought this building and those homeless people, this was a thoroughfare. So it's a pretty interesting story in how all of this is working. You know, if any of you were at the meeting last Tuesday in town at the police department, 2015, we had 2 major things that happened in Colorado. One was we legalized marijuana. 2 was we changed the funding for the amount of beds at our state hospital. And actually the 3rd was we changed the way that we release prisoners from jail. All of those things were the perfect storm, and now we're dealing with a huge homeless issue. The problem with the homeless issue is that's not truly the issue that we have a problem with. Our issue is the crime issue. Homeless happens to be a part of that. There are 2 different paths to this. When we bought this building, I could walk out the door and I was able to talk to 50 people an hour, 50 homeless or transients an hour. And I started a spreadsheet of who I was talking to and what their story was. From that, over 2,000 people that I got to talk to in the time I was doing this spreadsheet, 2 of them were from Colorado. 2 were from Sterling, actually. Everyone else was on their journey somewhere. they'd all been in trouble for either drugs or they had mental illness or other issues. I think we have to change the mindset a little bit, and all of our communities want the criminal element out of our community, but we do also want to help the homeless and those that have mental disabilities and that have some needs. But we have to realize that there is a large faction of those people that are choosing this lifestyle, and of those 2,000 people I talked to, most all of them had chosen this lifestyle. Some of them at a greater degree because of more mental capacity than others, but a lot of them just don't want to be in the system and in the norm. So we have to realize that. So Water Tower is doing everything we can to educate about what our situation is, but then also provide solutions. So we've actually even created the very first nonprofit, which is called Positive Content. We're doing a lot of different things there. We have entrepreneurs galore, from IT guys to the aquatics industry. We have makerspace. We're going to have 22,000 square feet of event space on the upper floors. We have an artist co-op. We have we have real estate offices. We have engineering offices. You name it. We have 3 restaurants, 7 rooftop patios, playing baseball in the basement because the kids across the street at Runyon didn't have a place to go in the winter. All kinds of really good, really fun things, but everything we're doing has a story and a reason. So when the kids from across the street came in and said, hey, we have no place to go and it's freezing outside, can we just throw balls in the basement? We obviously said yes, and we're going to say yes forever when something like that comes up. We also have a commercial side of it to be able to pay for those things that we are obviously paying very close attention to, because if we can't help them by having a place and paying for the lights, we're not going to be much help. So this whole project, again, is a little bit of a story in itself. Each facet has its own 100 people that it hopefully impacts in a positive way. And you guys are all welcome to use this and come in, talk to me, be a part of it absolutely anytime. We really appreciate people like you and what you're doing on a daily basis. We also think that Southern Colorado needs to band together a little bit more. We have amazing amenities in Southern Colorado. If we band together as Southern Colorado, I think we have more to offer than the Denver metro area has to offer. So whenever we're doing anything, maybe Pueblo is the place that you guys all come to have a meeting or do whatever you're doing and have some support. But we really need to start combining efforts, bringing everyone together and acting as one voice in Southern Colorado. So if any of you guys want to talk to me about any of those individual projects we have too, I'll be around sort of in and out. Happy that you guys are all here. So glad that you came today. Sort of crazy we went off on a tangent because of the Phil Weiser comments and the question from Randy, but I think it's super relevant for our future because it's the biggest issue that we have to address in every single community in Southern Colorado right now. So we also, just as the last statement, we actually are putting together a roadmap for what we do and actually providing solutions to our legislators, to our county officials, to our city officials, and to our business community. That roadmap has 2 different paths again, those that choose the lifestyle and those that have no choice and need assistance. We think we have a really good plan. Within the next few weeks, that'll be on paper where you guys can hopefully come in, talk to us. We'll give you as much information as possible, add your ideas and thoughts and comments on how we progress in a better manner. But how do we promote our communities and really drive economic development, take our city and our state back, and really be proud of Colorado and Southern Colorado. So with that, thanks again for coming to Water Tower. Enjoy the rest of your day. You guys need anything at all, please let me know. Thanks.
We're also very big Ryan McWilliams fans. We, of course, with Action 22, we love creative solutions. We love innovative ideas. We love collaborative efforts. And Ryan McWilliams is an example of all 3 of those things. So thank you so much for hosting us. And he means it when he says that. You're always welcome because we take advantage of that several times a month here for Action 22. We hold a lot of meetings here at Water Tower Place. Several of you got this week to attend the EDCC conference here in Pueblo. And of course, economic development is something that's always on our radar, always should be on our radar. And by all accounts, this conference was a wonderful one. And so we are going to have the privilege of hearing from Ms. Kim Woodward, who is the CEO of EDCC.
So here's my conference notebook, right? So we still have all the plans and strategic, changes and transitions right here. So my name is Kim Woodworth. I'm the executive director for the Economic Development Council of Colorado. We are a statewide industry association that supports economic development efforts across Colorado. I generally tell people that we don't do economic development ourselves. Our members are the ones who are doing economic development. We had over 280 economic development stakeholders in our room this year. It was one of the best showings that we have had. I can tell you that after today, you are going to have 280 evangelists who are going to go home and tell everybody about how wonderful Pueblo really is. So I wanted to thank everybody who did come. Yes, it was amazing. I love Pueblo, and I have been coming here for years, and I was so excited that we were able to finally come down and partake and do our Drive Lead Succeed. We were actually supposed to do it 2 years ago, but because of COVID, we had to honor our commitment to Steamboat, and then we were here this year. So the hosting city was extremely welcoming, and everyone was wonderful in bringing us together. So we started our planning like I said, about a year ago. And when we started to think about Pueblo, Gregory Hallwell, which we all know, was someone who helped us kind of shape how the topics were going to run. We watched the movie or the documentary Forging the West, and so a lot of our topics came from that. So you can only imagine that everything that has been mentioned, that Phil mentioned, as well as Ryan, really helped shape the topic. So we really talked about, it was human-based economic development. We have a problem. We have a hiring problem. And we know that we don't have enough people to supply all the jobs that are out there. We actually heard from Nicholas Sly, who is with the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. We actually had the highest record year in unemployment. We had more people being employed, but we were actually unproductive. Why? Because it takes an entire year to get those people up to speed, and it takes a lot of money to get them up to speed. They are seeing a slowdown in the transition of those that were in the COVID era that were, well, hey, I just, decided that I don't like my job and I want to have a quality job, right? We're actually starting to see a little bit of the slowdown because there is an economic uncertainty looming ahead of us. And so we need to be very vigilant and understanding how are we going to find people. Elizabeth Gardner, our state demographer, also gave us an update that we're actually shrinking in population. It might not feel like it because you're seeing houses go up, but every house means that there's at least 1.5 or 2.5 people in those houses. Our economies are shrinking because we actually have a very aging population, and we don't have as many people, and I love how Elizabeth puts it, for every one person, it takes at least 25 years to make a new person. So, so we do have a problem. So we do need to look at how we look at our workforce. And so that's really what the topics shifted into, was this, how we look at economic development is through our people. We cannot have a business grow without people. So we need to find our people. We also need to look at quality jobs. It was very evident after the pandemic that we have been passing over the importance of what quality jobs mean. And it doesn't mean that we're going to increase our salaries or increase health care, because we know that some of our small businesses can't afford that. But what else could that mean? Is it a change in how they go to work? Is it transportation that you are helping supplement? Is it giving them the ability to have a schedule that allows them to go pick up their children and get them home? Childcare. Can we help support in childcare? So there's a lot of other ways that we can really think about quality jobs. And when I think about it from an economic development standpoint, wouldn't it be cool that I could go out and market my community with businesses who are very focused in job quality? That means that every citizen in my community would have a job that they like to go to get paid, and to be able to take care of their families. That's a pretty cool community. So here, that's my evangelism. So, but then we moved into food systems and water. Yes, water is a very big issue. And we heard from James Eklund from Sherman and Howard. And honestly, I have to admit, if you haven't heard James, you need to have him come and talk to you about water. When we talk about how we're going to handle it as, Colorado obviously is doing their best to stay within our limits, and we have partners who are not. But what we need to do is we need to get past that, and we need to say, what do we have to do to come together to understand this? And we can't do that without coming to the table. But what we've been doing for many years, and we don't have any more time left, is that we have to come together at the table and discuss how we're going to handle it. And we've got to get the words out there, and it's going to be very tough discussions, but we can do it because we're collaborative communities. Here in Colorado, we are the most collaborative than any other state, and so we need to show that way. The other thing that, one of the things, the takeaways from that too, was that we need to work with our farmers, incentivize them to use less water, use what you need, but then also, what are those ancient grains that are out there that we can bring back that doesn't need as much water? So we heard from Nana Meyer, who's up at UCCS, and she brought in all this, well, she talked about corn, right? So we learned about all these different types of food systems, and that's an industry for Colorado, and we need to support that industry. We need food too, right? That's a human thing. Housing, oh boy, housing is a problem, right? But you know what? Last year on our agenda, it was, housing is a problem, somebody's got to do something about it. This year, we got to actually do case studies, and we had one amazing case study from Southeast Colorado, where they were just planning on putting in 14 units. They ended up putting in 80 in 5 different communities. How in the world did they do that? They were able to collaborate with all of their municipalities, with the counties. Everybody came to the table because they knew they needed housing. And it's not housing because we have people, it's housing because there's a dilapidation of housing. In our rural communities, the housing is not up to par, and it's some of it is not livable. So we need to find those solutions in order to be able to build those homes. And the way we're manufacturing homes now, it's so different, right? And some of the technologies are out there that we don't have to actually put infrastructure in, that there's actual infrastructure there that we can put in the housing units in order to save when it comes to water, sewer, and electricity. And then manufacturing. So we are now part of the manufacturing network. Manufacturers Edge has partnered with a company called Sustainment. So if you have manufacturing in your community, please come to us. We are creating a first ever database that literally puts out what that manufacturer makes, how much they make, where they actually get the manufacturing parts from, who they're employing, who they need to employ, and then they're hoping that manufacturers will start to use this so that they can connect each other to the resources within our community. So the way to build an economy is to really keep everything in your bubble, right? You've got a manufacturer like Lockheed Martin who has ITAR issues, right? They're not able to get manufacturing parts from anywhere outside of the United States. So what they did was they worked really hard to look at all of the different types of manufacturers across the state of Colorado, work to get them certified so that they could be aerospace manufacturers, and then they are able to use those smaller suppliers in order to make it. We have actually a company in Grand Junction, where I reside right now, and so the part looks like a door hinge. That's all it is. But they had to be certified for it, and it's on the Armistice. How cool is that, right? So we really need to work together, collaborate, and we need to create this network. Manufacturing is coming back, and if Colorado wants to compete, we need to do everything we can to get the information out, make the connections, and that's what economic developers and all of you in this room are doing, is making those connections. So, and the only other thing that I wanted to also do, every year we do what's called an Eddy Award, and it's Excellence in Economic Development. So we wanted to turn it upside its head. No more, glass, mass-produced bowling trophy, right? So Johnny's Boiler Shop here in the Water Tower Place made our awards this year. The base was made out of an old box car, and then it was water jetted. The word Eddy was water jetted, and then they had a drill bit that came from an area very close to here that resembled water. So we're hoping that from year to year we can now move to each community and have their local artisans create our new Eddy Award. So the little tie back to Water Tower Place, and worked with Ryan on that one. So with that, I know this is not much of an economic update, but that is what we were learning in our room and in our session. And thank you, Sarah, for allowing us some time to talk with you all.
Knowing a little bit about what it takes to put on an event like that, I was really appreciative to Kim for coming over and sharing that with us. The work that they do is so important. We boast a lot about our Action 22 people, but I have to tell you, it's been a genuine pleasure, and I know that I can always work with the Action 22 legislators. They're super easy to work with, they're very accessible, and we have a few in the room, and I want to just introduce them really quick. So Cleve Simpson is here. I think it's safe to say that he's my favorite senator. Can I say that? I'm going to say that while I still can. Wait, who else? Well, Rod, I can't say that yet, but Rod is one of our best representatives, Rod Pelton. Rod is running, and then we've also got Donald Valdez, back of the room. And we like Donald so much that we're keeping him, and at the end of his term, he'll be on the Action 22 board. So I'm really short. I'm on my tiptoes. Sorry. I'm very, very short. So I wanted to introduce, again, it's my pleasure. Our state treasurer is also a wonderful friend to Action 22. And I always say it, but it's very true. He actually is the nicest man in politics. And you never hear him say anything, even if prompted, you never hear him say anything negative or mean. And we just appreciate him so much. Please help me welcome, once again, to Action 22's annual meeting, Dave Young.
Boy, she does that every time. She makes me blush as I'm coming up to speak. So thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Great to see all of you here. And as a member of Action 22, want to just congratulate the organization for all the work that you're doing. When Sarah and company said, "Hey, why don't you come down and present and talk about something more forward-looking, something longer range," I was pretty excited about that. And the reason is because I view the treasurer's job as something that deals a lot with the immediate, cash flow and some really specific things that are happening all the time in the Treasury. But the treasurer should also be looking way out into the future and should be raising issues that we all should be paying attention to. And so today, I get to look way out into the future, and the previous presentation stole a little bit of my thunder, so thank you for that. But you set the stage very, very well for this. So want to step a little bit through a slide deck here that has a little bit of information very quickly. So just obligated to tell you specifically what the treasurer's office does. There we go. And so I've got who we are kind of thing. We're custodians of the taxpayers' dollars. Let's keep it rolling. This is what we do, a whole variety of different things. At some point, if you want to have an after lunch session where you all put your heads down on the table and fall asleep, I can go through this in great detail, but today is not the day for that. I am talking about some of the things that we're working on this year a little later in the presentation, but I just feel obligated to give you kind of that overview that we have quite a few things that are always going on in the Treasury, a lot more than you would realize, and it's a pretty active department. So, but I mentioned this long-term issue, I'm pleased when somebody says we need to collaborate. We need to talk about things. But some of the things I'm going to talk about in my presentation today, how many of you saw Fight Club? Yeah, a lot of people did. We don't talk about Fight Club. But that's the problem. Sometimes some of these issues are touchy, they're controversial, they may be more political than people are comfortable with, and as a result, they don't get talked about. And when they don't get talked about, then 50 or 100 years goes by potentially, and here we are, 50 years later, and we're still going, well, why is this still a problem or has gotten to be a bigger problem? And so I want to touch on 3 areas. I'm a lifelong educator. I taught math, science, and technology at a junior high in Greeley for about 25 years, which was great preparation for the legislature. Right, Senator? Yep, absolutely. So I want to touch on that. We already talked a little bit about infrastructure before, but I want to talk about infrastructure and also sustainable retirement, because that's one of those things that looks way out into the future as well. So we do have an education crisis here in the state of Colorado. And we tend to get into the annual budget process, and I was on the JBC, and we get into this kind of shoving match about how much money we could put towards education and, whether it's performing or not. But the problem is that we have some long-range problems, and I'm actually putting the word Tabor up here. That's one of those Fight Club conversations that we don't talk about, but what I want to talk about is outcomes. And I think sometimes we don't talk about the outcomes, and as a result, we just kind of go to the walls and shout at each other over these issues. But when I get in a group like Action 22, where people are really focused on outcomes, and I hear the conversation, we need to collaborate, we need to sit down and talk, I think what happens with taxation is that we don't really ever have an agreement on what kind of outcome we're trying to produce. Now, it's my opinion that our children are the lifeblood of our society. And if we really believe that having every student reach its full potential benefits us all, then that's an outcome that we could start to talk about. And then you could say, all right, well, so how much does it really cost to make that happen? We can actually have that conversation. We may have disagreements, but we can lay the facts on the table and begin to say, here's the outcome we're trying to achieve, and this is the amount of money that it actually takes to produce that outcome. I think what happens with the conversation around Tabor is that no one ever proposes a different way of collecting that money. So what we do is we talk about what is not happening or why people are happy with Tabor or not happy with Tabor, but we haven't had those preliminary conversations looking out in the future. What is the outcome we're trying to achieve? How much money? And what's a fair way to collect that amount of money to produce that outcome? That's a rational planning way. All of you that are in business know that you plan that way, and we need to do the same thing in our processes as well. So I really think groups like Action 22 and many others really form the foundation of where we can have those conversations about those things. And I just don't want it to become Fight Club. Because, if you back up just a second, I just want to point out that we have a $10 billion operational hole in K-12 education right now. That is a serious amount of money. And even beyond that, we have a $20 billion K-12 infrastructure hole. Now, the BEST program that I run through the Treasury has made an effort to try to fill that capital, that infrastructure hole. Over the last 13 plus years, we have financed over $3 billion of infrastructure. You know, we have one, I live in Greeley, we have a BEST building in Greeley that we built. And there's a lot of counties. I'm sure I remember there's been some groundbreakings down here. I was just down in Walsenburg. There was a groundbreaking there. You know, so we're constantly doing this. But the problem is we're falling behind the curve. The buildings are becoming more unsafe and eroding quicker than we can actually come up with a program or the financing in order to solve this problem. So this is why we have to look out in the future and really talk about what kind of outcome do we want to have and how much money is it going to produce to make that happen. So also, you know, there's always this conversation, well, our schools aren't performing, you know, so why would we give them money? But I'm not sure that we have a good way to measure. Right now, we're measuring how much students can remember, how much they can memorize. And I don't know about you, but I'm all about performance. I'm all about actually doing things, and we don't measure that. We don't measure whether students can actually do things. We just measure a standardized test, whether they can remember things. And, you know, that may or may not be helpful, but I think we're missing the point there. And so if we're really going to put money into a system, we've got to be able to have a good way to measure to determine whether or not that money is actually producing the outcomes that we want. So we have some work to do here, but we're not going to get it done unless we actually come together and have some serious conversations in the middle of the room instead of getting on the walls and shouting at each other in the process. So that's a slide here that really reiterates what we heard earlier. I think that the treasurer ought to be bringing people together to deal with these infrastructure problems. And so we've already heard the discussion about affordable housing. Water is such a massive problem. And I've just gone through the revised water plan. I saw the page that said $20 billion is the cost of the water plan. We need to incentivize innovation. We need to actually do a lot of work. Agriculture, I live in Weld County, is certainly in the crosshairs when most of the water in the state is being utilized by agriculture, and yet this is what sustains us. So we have to have a thoughtful conversation about how we're going to deal with water. And it's $20 billion plus. And so I can go down the list of all the other ones. You know, transportation, can't drive anywhere without running into construction, but it's still not enough. You know, I just came down from Greeley down through the Gap there in Colorado Springs, and the traffic's all jammed up again, right? Well, CDOT, you know, I gotta say they had the express lane blocked off, but at the end of the day, we're always behind the curve. And, you know, CDOT's one of those organizations that actually looks way out in the future. They have, you know, long-range plans, but we aren't coupling that with where do we get the revenue in order to be able to really implement those things. I've already talked about K-12 schools. Broadband, an issue, right? Unless you're right in the middle of Denver. Oh no, if you're in the middle of Denver, there's a broadband problem too. Everybody's not talking about it, but we need to talk about it. I thought it was interesting that Greg Brophy, who lives out in Yuma, who I just saw recently, actually wrote a piece not too long ago. He says, if you want to have renewable energy development, we've got plenty of land out in our area, but you have an electrical transmission problem you're going to have to address if you're going to actually allow landowners to be able to make a profit generating electricity through renewable processes. When you start talking about this and start adding all these numbers up, it's probably well north of $100 billion that we're talking about. And these numbers get so big, people's brains start to hurt and they just don't want to have the conversation. It's just too much money, right? The problem is that when the legislature convenes and they're doing the best they can, I've been there, I was a state representative, they're doing the best they can, but a lot of these appropriations end up with numbers, dollar numbers that start with M's. But the size of the problem is in B, in billions, and it's not a low number either. The Treasury does debt management. We can leverage money if we can begin to discover streams of capital that we can generate within the state or bring in from outside the state. There's actually, I went back and looked at the statutes, there's actually coming out of Ref C and D. Remember those back in the day? We passed Ref C and D. Well, we didn't pass D. We passed C, but in anticipation of passing D for transportation, they actually set up a corporation to address infrastructure needs. It's in the statutes today. The treasurer actually sits on the board, and there are other experts that are on there to actually deal with these infrastructure problems. So we already have some foresight in the statutes, but we need to actually get in a serious conversation about how are we going to deal with this. And so I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to convene the groups. I don't profess to have all the answers, but I know all the experts are always in the room. And we need to start coming together, as we heard earlier, and having those collaborations so that we can really start to figure out what it is we're doing. And then finally, we have an $18 billion challenge around sustainable retirement. We have 1 million people here in the state of Colorado that don't have access to a way to save for retirement at work. Okay? This is 40% of our private sector workforce. And guess what's happening as a result of this? They aren't saving. We would like them to. They try to go figure out the financial landscape, but it's very confusing, and as a result, they end up not being able to save. And the problem is getting worse. Folks that think they're going to be sustainable on Social Security alone are not going to be sustainable on Social Security alone. And the problem is that if they can't continue to work past retirement age, if they've worked in a job that just wore their bodies out and they can't continue to work, they're going to be on Medicaid as well as Medicare. They're going to be on housing supports, and they're going to be on food supports like SNAP because they don't have enough money coming in from Social Security in order to be able to fund those essential needs. Who pays for those safety net services? All of us. And we actually did a study in 2019. The cost of not addressing this issue is an $18 billion tax bill over the next 15 years. That's a lot of money. There's another number with B in front of it that's a problem. But I wanted to end on a good note. There's actually a solution coming. We started a pilot for a program called Colorado Secure Savings on Monday. And at the beginning of the new year, we're actually going to stand up a program that's going to open the door to allow this 1 million people to begin to save at work through payroll deduction. This is something we were able to do in the legislature, and over the last 2 years in the Treasury, we've been working to stand up. It's a public-private partnership. Vestwell, with the banking of Bank of New York Mellon, is the record keeper. They're the ones that will set up the transmission of payroll money out of these savers accounts and into their accounts. And we have BlackRock and State Street that will be the investment managers that will actually manage the money. I chair a board that is the fiduciary for this, so we don't put the onus on the small business. All we ask them to do is just enroll their employees. It's voluntary, but we're going to start with the employees in the program, and if they decide they don't want to be in it, they can certainly opt out. But we think at least 60 or 70% of them, maybe more, will stay in and begin to save when they haven't been able to before. So we're pretty excited about that. You're going to hear more about this, but I just wanted you to end on this note that there are solutions. We actually can come together and figure these things out if we put our minds to them. We identify the problem, we understand what the outcome is, we understand how we're going to talk about the problem and measure whether we're producing a solution, and then move forward together. So I thank you for allowing me to look off into the future. This is for the last maybe 12 months. I've been so focused on the day-to-day stuff. It's fun to have a chance to look at the bigger problems and talk about how we can solve them. So I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks so much. And I have to run because I have to be at another meeting. Sorry.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for being here, making the time. He managed to squeeze us in between a very busy schedule, so we really appreciate that. Earlier, well, let me say it this way. Like I said earlier, you guys are some of our very favorite people in the state, and when you have big news, you want to share it with your friends and family first. Sarah, earlier this afternoon, read a very lengthy list of the things we've been working on at Action 22 this year and some of the things that we've been able to accomplish with all of your help. Rick Klein kind of mentioned that there was something big coming, but he didn't want to say it. So we've saved that honor for someone on our own team. He didn't know he was going to be speaking today. So I'd like to introduce to you a singer, songwriter, artist, audiovisual expert, someone with an unknown level of security clearance, our COO, Brian McCain, with big news. He's not pregnant.
I hope not. Real fast, I don't have any slides because I'm the slide guy and I have nobody to run my slides. So I'm going to go off my phone real fast. So one thing that we've been working on a lot with Action 22 that kind of came up a few months ago was leadership. Just the knowledge and the empowerment for people in the Action 22 area to have the skills and tools they need to become these leaders in the state of Colorado. We talk a lot about Action 22 being the political muscle of Southern Colorado, which it is. And initially this started, and we hear it, and I'm not going to say it, but I'll say it. It's always, it's Denver versus us. It's us, Southern Colorado people versus the Northern Colorado people. Well, that may be true, but I look at it more of a collaborative issue that we need to increase this collaboration. One thing that Denver does have on us is that if you're in a position of leadership, if you are a city, county, government affairs person, or you are a legislator, or anything in this capacity of leadership for your community, you have resources everywhere in Denver. Down here, we have to drive how many hours to Pueblo, how many hours to Denver to access these tools, these courses, these classes. I'm like, well, what if we do something like that? So officially, right now, I am announcing the Action 22 Leadership Policy and Governance Academy. We're looking to launch this at the beginning of next year. What the course is going to be a 7-month course to educate and empower current and future leaders with the skills to rapidly create tangible results for Colorado. Through project-based curriculum, this course will provide professionals with the insight and tools necessary to be an effective leader in public, business, and nonprofit sectors. Basically, we're going to take Action 22 with all of your help, and we're going to launch this. We want to start at the beginning of next year. We're working with some of the universities, with CSU Pueblo, with CU, with UCCS, to possibly tie this into their curriculum. What we're looking for is a group of people to go through this course over 7 months, and by the end of it, they will understand everything inside and out of leadership and how Colorado works. This goes from the local level, from city, county, municipality, to the state level, to the state legislator level, and also to the federal level to a point of it. We're going to put you through the gears. You're going to come through this 2 days a month. in person, and there's going to be more outside of that, and you're going to have specific projects. One of these projects that we want to do is to work with legislators, lobbyists, decision makers to possibly draft legislation. You're going to learn how legislation is drafted, introduced, and how it works in the state. And part of that is you are actually going to try to draft a bill and introduce it in the state legislature the following year by partnering with our legislatures here. You're going to know everything about water. You're going to know everything about how the state is funded. One of the most difficult things that we have to explain to people is Colorado fiscal policy. So when it comes time for the long bill to basically dictate where the money's going, how it's spent in Colorado, where it comes from, you will be involved with that. We're going to be up at the Capitol with our class, and you're going to sit there and see this is actually how it works. And you're going to have that understanding. So a year from now, 2 years from now, whether it's in your job capacity, whether you're a local leader, whether you're running for office in the future, you will have a complete understanding of how this works in Colorado. I think we have put together our steering committee so far. That's done. And we're putting together our board. But we really want to launch this January 7th, I believe it is. And that's when the legislature kicks off, and the first class will be up there at the Capitol, meeting with everybody to see how it works. There are other leadership classes that you can go through. A lot of them, some nonpartisan, some partisan. I think this is different in that this is all-encompassing, 100% nonpartisan, and we get to decide who goes through it. There will be an application process. The board will decide. We will have sponsors that go through this. We will be looking for money, so that's a conversation we can have outside of my 10 minutes of speaking right here. And we're just going to do it because we need it down here. There's nothing like this in Southern Colorado. There's some, you could go through some in Denver. There's, obviously candidate classes and courses you go through, but for our region, Action 22, for our strength, we need to do it because it is a learning curve when you get up at the Capitol or when you're working with the Capitol, and we need to give everybody, all of you, these resources so when it's time for funding, like say your county needs some money and this is open, you're fighting with Cherry Creek School District, who has probably 1 million paid lobbyists, and their county has 1 million lobbyists, and they have 1 million grant writers, and down here we have 1 grant writer, we have a couple lobbyists, and it's just, we need those tools to sit at the table. With that, anything that you would like to add, Sarah? Any questions about it? Because I'm going to talk about something else after this. I'm going to take a moment of... It is, I typed this up, I actually made it up and I can never remember. It's the Action 22 Leadership Policy and Governance Academy.
So this, I'm going to do this. So this was really born, one day I was being frustrated about something and I said, what I really need is, Brian, can you look into cloning? I'm sure you already have. I'm sure that you already know how to do it, but can you figure out how to clone the 3 of us? And he came back to me, literally we were driving down the San Luis Valley. He goes, you know what we should do is an academy. That way we can train everybody to do that. So let me tell you, in the room, Jim Ehrlich was the first board member who is on the steering committee for that. We've already met, the steering committee has already met. There's a couple other things we need to do, but we'll set up a board like Brian said. But we really want you to be a part of this so that we empower leaders in this region to act on our behalf in Denver. That's the whole thing, right? So do you guys have any questions about this? This is a really big deal. We've spent a tremendous amount of time working all this out. Just to give you some context, CSUP we're partnering with CSUP. They are going to use this as 6 credits toward a master's degree. This is how high level this is. So if you guys have any questions, ask us now if you want to. Yes, Ash.
So we want to do it in person 2 days a month, and I know that that's what the size of our region, that might be a tough thing to do. Ideally, we want to have them here in Water Tower Place. Ryan has graciously offered, and is a part of this, that he wants to offer the space to us. Now, some of it, we are going to have to travel to Denver for it. For example, the legislative kickoff, when, whichever day that is, we want to be up there and we have space up there. But primarily, I think Pueblo is a good central location for the region that everybody can get to.
So after that, it'll be all the work product that is done will be virtually. So we'll be managing it. Brian will be over the governance school. I'll be over the policy school. Micah will oversee the leadership school. But the instructors, so for those 2 days in the week, some of the instructors, we've already had commitments from Todd Salomon, who is the president of CU, to do the Colorado fiscal policy. Phil Weiser has already committed to doing being an instructor in civics. James Eklund has already for water. And then we will utilize all of the network that has been built through Action 22 for these members who are the top experts in the state on some of these issues to help be the instructors and then also help sort of pay it forward. So this is not a one and done deal. There's an expectation that each cohort, and we'll have 3, each cohort will turn around and mentor the next cohort, the next class. What else?
How many participants are you looking to have, and what's going to be the cost of those individuals?
Being that it's Action 22, each cohort will have 22 participants in it. So that rounds it out. And cost-wise, have we set that?
So the costs are based on what master's degrees would cost. It's $5,000 for the 7-month program. And so what we'll do is there's going to be some fundraising around this, and we'll be able to have sponsors for individuals who want to go through. So, for example, if AT&T wants Guillermo to go through and do all these classes, they can pay for it and sponsor him to go through. So we'll do it that way, and we do have some commitments to kind of get this going, but that'll be part of what the board does as well.
What else?
So don't this sound like a good deal to do? Really? Don't you guys think that we gotta have better educated candidates? I mean, it would help the candidates out, it helps out everybody. I think it would be a great deal.
Yeah,
I'm so proud of you guys.
and it's not just the candidates. Pueblo County wants to send their people through it because, again, when it comes to this funding specifically to our area, we're behind the gun automatically. Like, let's look at grants, for example, which will be an integral part of this, is grant writing, how to identify grants, how to apply for them. If you're dealing with the metro area, they have grant writers everywhere, but if you're dealing with our area, we might have one grant writer, or we might have a part-time grant writer, or we might have somebody that works for a county that does it on the side just to get grants. So if we have those tools and understand the process better down here, that just gives us one more piece of ammunition in the fight to make sure that we're being taken care of down here and that we are also paid attention to in southern Colorado and the rural areas. Yes, somebody? Who?
Did you have a question, Dale?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
From Gardner, which Pueblo is the big city to us. How would I nominate or get someone involved in something like this?
That will be coming out soon. So make sure we have your contact information, and we will blast this out on email as it goes forward. We just haven't officially announced it till right now, and there will be a process for that. Mhm. Tony Haas is here, by the way.
All right, any other questions? All right, we're good. Okay, and we're going to take a break. And we've got to do some resetting and do all of that. So there's snacks and stuff over here.
Read that.
Oh, wait, you had something to say.
That's okay. Just read that.
All right. Brian just handed to me, the single biggest way to impact an organization is to focus on leadership development. There is almost no limit to the potential of an organization that recruits good people, raises them up as leaders, and continually develops them. John Maxwell.
Perfect. All right, let's take a break.
To day, I don't know where they're at right now, but my mom, oh, there she is. Wait, come up here, Mom. So my mom has been helping for my entire career on everything that I've done, but she used to come with my dad and always help with our events with my dad. And that was something, she didn't want to do stuff anymore after my dad died. But this was one of the things that was really important to her. So I want to thank my mom for doing all the registration and all the help. Wait, and Aunt Betty, come out, Betty, quit hiding back there. And Aunt Betty, who also helps. They come and they do all the stuff. They were at my house until 10 o'clock last night, and they do all of this stuff, and I love them so much. So give me one more round of applause for Aunt Betty. And my mom. All right. Well, my mom has terrible arthritis in her knees, so she's, to come and do this and to walk around and stuff is a big thing. So I want to thank our sponsors, in particular, our next speaker. So Caroline Trainey, we've always really admired her, but she's become one of our favorite people. And Chafa has been a tremendous support. But she is one of the smartest, sharpest people that you've ever met. Not only does she have a heart for serving our community, but a lot of the things that you're going to see coming down the pike, not only with like Prop 123 and really trying to overcome the housing crisis that we're currently in. Her and the rest of her team, but I know that she was a fierce advocate to make some of the changes that are really necessary to bridge those gaps and expand those bridges to accessing funding for any kind of housing, anything. Chafa is a nonprofit organization, but they're one of the smartest ones we've ever seen. And we've asked her to give us a kind of a report and kind of an update. And I'm going to say if anybody has questions, she'll take the questions. But will you please help welcome one of the greatest firecrackers and women warriors of the West that we have, Caroline Trainey.
You're going to probably love you this because you're shorty. Sure, I'll hold this. Yeah, I am a shorty too, so that might be helpful. Well, good afternoon, and Sarah and her team are amazing. As you all know, we're all here because we love them and we support them. And of course, when they call Chafa and say, can you help us out as a sponsor again this year, we say no problem, because we truly believe in their mission, their vision, and all of you and your partnership and collaborations for all of the great work that everybody is doing and so challenged with, but yet become rock stars in your communities to make things happen. So again, we're happy to be part of the team and the sponsor for today as well. And Sarah gives me a lot of credit, but again, it's a two-way street. When they call, we answer. When we call, they answer. And that's what it's all about, is these resources, collaborations, and continuing the conversation to make sure that we all have access and opportunities to make our communities grow. So today, I thought I'd take the opportunity to be able to share with you some of the information and updates of what Chafa is up to. No, I don't think so. So you're going to just have to help me out. Next slide. Okay. So housing obviously is on everybody's radar. At Chafa, like Sarah mentioned, we are a nonprofit. So many people sometimes think we are the state, but technically we are not. We are our own nonprofit entity, so we do have a little bit of flexibility there from managing and operating our own business, but we are a statewide housing authority and finance authority, and that did come out of some legislation back in 1973. So technically we are quasi-government because the state did recognize the need for a authority back in those days, and we've started with our housing piece of it. We did incorporate economic, community development, business funding in the 1980s, so that kind of gave us both of our arms of our operations and our business as far as being an authority and a financing entity for the state on the business, community side sector, as well as the housing. So we do, again, have our own lines of products and proceeds that we utilize to support ourselves, receive any funding, any allocations, any support from the state. So we truly are our separate entity that makes sure that we can sustain and be viable on our own as well. But with doing that, we also do contract with the state as they recognize the need of some expertise and some support. We were able to help administer and deploy a variety of federal and state resources that come down the pipeline that we can provide those services for. So that's kind of how we fill our role. Next slide, go ahead and hit next slide. We technically have 4 tiers of products and services, so just as a quick refresher of those, I know we have many friends in the room and met a lot of new friends who are familiar with CHAFA in one tier or another, but we do have 4 lines of areas that we provide support and services on. The first one being, and which is probably our largest, believe it or not, and is our home ownership. So we do provide home financing mortgage. That could be first-time home buyers, down payment assistance, educational classes for those that are looking to become homeowners. We provide the support and contract with many of our local nonprofits to provide those educational and homebound classes for the state. So we do provide that. That's probably our largest portfolio, and where we get the majority of our proceeds and revenue dollars come from is on the home finance mortgage lending side. So we do that, and again, partner. We do not necessarily serve as the lender ourselves. What we do is we contract with our local mortgage lenders or partner. We have participating partners, lenders in our local communities who have access to the CHAFA loans, products, and services to help the community residents as they need access to those programs. So we do have a servicing company that we utilize and contract with as well to provide those portfolios. So again, the home ownership, I meet a lot of people and they say, hey, I got my first loan with CHAFA, or bought my first house with CHAFA funds. So we're glad and know right now homeownership is a big critical component. So we still continue to make sure that that's on our forefront as far as services and support that we provide to our local mortgage lenders. We also have the mortgage lending side, the multifamily development. Again, this is where we come in as far as tax credit allocators. We do contract and administer the federal and state tax credits, primarily low-income housing tax credits, LIHTC, for the state of Colorado. So many of you in your communities who have received tax credit funding have utilized and partnered with us at CHAFA for some of the access to that capital. And so it is a big critical component. As many of you know, or probably have heard, and it was part of the conversations that we just had at EDCC, is that tax credit in the state of Colorado is a very competitive. We utilize and allocate every single dollar. And in most cases, we don't have enough dollars to even go and fund half of the projects that come to us in every round that we have. We have the 9%, which again, 9% is more equity than the 4% support, and that equity just makes such a huge difference in this day and age, even more so as the cost of development, cost of housing has increased, and it really has been very challenging in our state to be able to provide all of the support needed in all of our communities served with that tax credit allocation. So again, it's nice, and we did have some funds that came through on the state. We're looking to expand some funds, but they actually came to the state did provide some support to make sure that that is a resource that we continue to have access to support all of our communities. So that is a plus, and we're happy, and we'll continue to strive as hard as we can to administer and to provide that support statewide and make sure all of our communities, rural as well as metro, as well as rural resorts, have access to those funds so we can spread that wealth of that tax credits. But that is a big piece of what we do, and we're always here to help and be part of the conversations to make sure that we continue to advocate and receive any type of additional support we can in that area, because Colorado, again, we do use every dime of it. Business lending. Many of you, I know I see many faces that just came from a 3-day conference down the street, and we talked a lot, and that was where our business lending and our community development was featured a lot, and we did talk about some of the new funding sources on the business development side. So CHAFA does do some direct financing to help support some of our local lenders if they need help and assistance in real estate development and some capital infrastructure needs. But we do partner with a lot of our business lenders too to provide some credit enhancement opportunity support so that they can provide loans to our local communities. And if they need some additional support, we have those credit enhancements to support their efforts in doing so. So it's a big critical role. We do the new market tax credits. We're the allocator for that for the state. Another arm, bonds, manufacturing bonds, nonprofit bonds. We do a lot of that financing. So we're always here to help and be part of conversations as you guys have projects on the commercial side that you need some support for. And then, of course, community partnerships. I am a community relationship manager for Southern Colorado region for CHAFA. I was the first community relationship manager that was hired. I thought I was here 5 years ago. I just got reminded it's only 4 years. It seems like 10 years. But community relationship manager, so we kind of ended up creating this fourth pillar as we started developing and growing. But as many of you know, CHAFA is based out of Denver, downtown Denver. That's where our team and our headquarters are. But we really realized that a lot of these programs that are coming through down the pipeline that have been innovative for us to be able to enhance and provide support and help be part of solutions developed is that we really needed to understand and know and what was happening and hear from the local communities, including our rural communities, who kept saying, hey, what about us? You know, we need help, we need support. We're trying to take leads and provide opportunities for our communities, but we feel like we're out here trying to figure it out from scratch on our own. So us community lenders are actually, I'm based here in Pueblo for the southern and southeast region. I have 13 counties. We also have, since my hiring, we have 4 more. So they were a team of 5. Our goal is to have 6, and every county in the state of Colorado will have access to a local community relationship manager that lives and works in your community to sit down and be part of the conversation, hear your needs, bring it back to CHAFA, be that connection, communicate with our communities, but also communicate back to CHAFA and our staff at the Lead Center that also then has conversations with all of our state and legislative folks and partners and collaborators to make sure that we're, again, just being another opportunity of your voices being heard at the local level. So huge roles that we play as far as listening and implementing, but we have been very successful in some of those areas to be able to help create some new opportunities and to collaborate as well as bring those resources to those local communities. And as opportunities for rural, you know, there's a lot of emphasis, and some of the dollars are going to be specific to rural communities who have access to some of these. Fallon will be talking next from DOLA and DOH and sharing some of that that's come down the pipeline already from legislation and what that looks like. But again, it's even more critical that we continue to work in these rural communities and be part of those rural communities to make sure that that all gets deployed and accessed correctly. So next slide. So I thought I'd focus a little bit, go ahead and next slide, on home ownership as far as just to identify, again, from a housing perspective, there's a lot going on. Home ownership, you know, and moving people through the curriculum or continuum of housing continuum. You know, we're spending so much time and have been on the multifamily side, rental, you know, access to rentals, affordable housing that's affordable, middle income, all the way through. It's just everything's on the table right now as far as conversations of needs. So we do find that we also are having that not only the conversations about multifamily, how do we support that, get new units online, but also how do we transition some of those individuals, you know, and it's even challenging in this market, but how do we transition those ones that feel like they're ready for home ownership? They just don't have that opportunity because of our markets right now and the units that are available within that affordable range. We see, you know, some on the higher market level, but that really lower and that missing middle income, workforce. We all have the different terms that we use in our communities, but really at the end of the day, we're saying the same message, or we're having the same needs to be addressed. So home ownership side, what we found is one of the areas of opportunity for us to focus on is the equity component of who has access to the information to be able to feel like they are ready to make that step into home ownership. And again, moving those renters into up the continuum into home ownership. We have launched a Mi Hogar, which is a whole website opportunity with all of the information, access to resources, lenders that are bilingual. All of the resources are bilingual, and really from that Latinx, the Hispanic, the Mexican communities have access to resources they can, in their language, they can access, they can trust and see. We are also doing and working on right now on our Black and African American communities. Again, there was a lot of their percentage of ownership in our state is really kind of alarming. And so we really do want to help them feel like they can grow and educate, be educated, have trusted resources in their community to not only be educated and work with them on some sensitive information, right? We're talking credit, we're talking budgets, we're talking their income. So there's a lot of sensitivity that goes into trusting who they're being able to work with, and not, you know, the judging and the whole piece of how can I have these sensitive conversations with a stranger. So those strangers, if they look like them, talk like them, and help them in their resources, they feel more comfortable, we're realizing that they are going to have that opportunity to grow in that area. So. And then young, first-time home buyers, you know, the average range had been more in the 30s. Well, now we're starting to see more younger generations wanting access to home ownership too, but how do you do that? So again, how you communicate and you talk and you provide them access to resources looks a little different there as well. So we want to make sure that all of the audiences that we're talking to have access to resources and trusted lending partners, realtors that they can work with and feel comfortable with. So big role in that area as far as home ownerships. Next slide. Next slide. And then again on our multifamily, this is one of those areas I wanted to focus as far as our updates and the role that we play at CHAFA. Again, we are the state's largest lending investor in affordable housing, so it's important that we continue to keep tabs on what those true needs look like and where can we provide a role. And so we have come up with a couple of options. Again, these are the most people know us as the tax credit allocation provider, tax credit provider, but these are some of the programs that CHAFA has brought online with our own funds. CHAFA has committed 10% of our funding or proceeds that we receive to go back to the communities we serve in some of the programs that we have access to. And we've always had our, what we call our Housing Opportunity Fund, our dollars that we've committed and invested, and we've worked with communities on supporting housing development that didn't quite meet or pencil for LIHTC or tax credit support, maybe smaller scale, rural. Again, these programs that we've been able to have some flexibility with that. So we have since launched, many of you last year probably heard me talk about, we're piloting and it's coming soon, but it's here. And we have a small scale housing financing program as well as technical assistance support. So one of the things you know about CHAFA, we have always been, we're financing, we're in the financing business, we finance, but we have really worked into the role of sharing our expertise or kind of sitting down and building communities and helping them build their capacities internally and locally by providing technical assistance support as well. So I don't know if you ever would have heard us talking about how we don't play technical assistance, that's not our role, but it has been, and it has been very successful as far as getting that out. So our small scale housing financing or just program in general, the financing side actually provides some credit enhancements. Again, I had mentioned credit enhancements on the business lending side. We have now expanded that to where it can provide support to housing projects and housing development too. And there's always that fine line of, is this on business side, is this a housing, what can you, and there's nothing that necessarily finances all of the above. So this is actually gonna help provide some of that gap support to be able to say, yes, you can be a private, you could be a nonprofit, public, private developer. If it's a housing, we can increase that opportunity for that credit enhancement for the local lenders to be able to play a role in financing those projects. So that's been huge. Technical assistance for 30 units or less, we can provide some expertise housing consultant, everything from feasibility, what does a project look like, who are you housing, how can it be built, what's the density, what's the design to fit as many people as the project can hold. So again, all of that, instead of having to hire a consultant to come in and work with you, Chafa has a technical assistance grant that you could be awarded, and we provide consulting services from those housing experts to sit down with you and work through and navigate those project opportunities. The goal is that hopefully that will be of the capacity to bring those housing projects online, and again, give you a leg forward to be able to move forward and make decisions at the local level if this is something that you want to move forward and provide that investment in. So I'll call out Charles Bogle and Custer County. You know, they've been advocating and working on their own, and they have actually received a technical assistance grant for support for some 19 lots that they've acquired through Custer County with the town of Silver Cliff, and they put together an attainable housing committee to take the lead and have those conversations. So through those conversations, they were able to access this technical assistance support, and we'll be helping them hopefully have some housing development on those 19 lots coming soon. Part of the support that we started with, for as an example, in his case, is, you know, again, many of their housing needs assessments, like other communities, say we need all of the above. So pick one, or how do we best, or what is more specific of our time and emergency need. Workforce housing, middle income seems to be the key. Is it rental? Is it for sale? Is it single family? Is it multifamily? Is it a blend? So they went through, and we started with a market analysis. They did an abbreviated housing needs assessment specific for the project so that can help support their efforts and their funding resources, which you'll learn here a little bit next. So again, it's a great opportunity. We have two in Pueblo. Fuel and Iron, if you guys were at the EDCC, Fuel and Iron project, they just won an award for their innovation, very similar to our water tower place we're in, adaptive reuse of an old historic hardware homes building, and it's amazing. They actually are going through the commercial phase right now, which is phase 1. Phase 2 does have multifamily housing. They're commercial investors and developers, so the housing piece is a little new, and what does that need to look like? They receive some support through our technical assistance programs. So again, we're hoping to help more others that are taking the leads, whether it's local nonprofits, municipalities. Collaborations are huge and a big piece of that. Multifamily access program. There is some funds that were actually allocated to help enhance and sustain additional support for middle income access. Again, this is the middle income, missing middle workforce housing. Most of you know that a lot of the affordable housing does look at AMI, whereas the area medium income percentages that you're looking to house, this area has expanded that from some of the affordable to be able to do, and it concentrates more on 80 to 120% AMI for your communities. And if you're needing to scale, the scales or access of what is my AMIs in my communities, they are available. If you go ahead, Brian, next slide. Well, I'll have the resources on the next slide, but this one I'll mention too. We do have some funds that have been allocated for mobile home parks. Again, we've identified in many communities a really solid component of where affordable housing can take place or is taking place is in our mobile home parks. In many communities, there's a lot of work and need to bring those, not only parks, but the units that maybe are housing our residents in those parks up to scale, up to code even, or infrastructure needs around that. Infrastructure is a big piece of how we're addressing and needing to address, and it's not just the units, it's infrastructure is a big component, and cost associated with that. So even if we have great opportunities, great plans, how do we financing them? That's the next conversation. But again, the mobile home parks have really been on the radar, and it's something that every community can look at as far as accessing resources or support or figuring out how do we make those viable communities too for the populations that we're trying to serve, and there is some funds available. The state also has some management programs and requirements around mobile home parks that are helping. Chafa, we have played a role in investing in employee or resident ownership occupancy of these parks, so having the current owners sell to a co-op of the residents that have partnership collaboration as far as ownership in the projects. So we've invested some monies to help with navigate those opportunities. Now, not every mobile home park has the opportunity for their residents to collaborate and to be able to invest or buy their property or their park. But there is some other innovative ways that we are working and addressing and helping new owners be able to, even if they need to scrape it and start from scratch, or be able to just enhance those opportunities that once they become new owners of these parks, really addressing the needs that they have. Next slide. Next slide. So again, community partnerships, and I was going to mention, again, some of the access to the resources is that we've brought online too around the technical assistance. There is a Colorado, how many of you are familiar or have seen or read or utilized yet our Colorado Affordable Housing Developers Guide that was launched? Thank you, Rick. You know, I was just talking to him. We have a case study we need to do with him and his community on how they're doing their vacant home program and their infill projects, so that we can use that as a case study best practice too to get that online.
And if you haven't been to that, you go to it, it's interactive. You know, I was certified building up this for years. That is probably the best guide I've seen out there.
Thank you. Well, I hope all of you will find benefit in it. If you dig in it, you'll be surprised. That's the biggest thing. It's like, well, how do you think the guide is as a resource for you and your communities as you're building your capacity around housing, affordable housing? And most people look at me and say, I'm surprised on how comprehensive and how much access to resources and information, it's all in this one-stop shop. So that's the goal. We have it launched. CHFA launched it earlier this year. It is an A through Z of everything you need to know about affordable housing development. Affordable housing, what is it? What does the continuum look like? What are the affordability gaps? Access to white papers, access to templates, access to resources. We really encourage you to share it with your communities. Use it yourself to help. There's a whole glossary of terms, because you know, in the housing, there's a lot of acronyms, there's a lot of terms. So when we all start talking about different affordable, middle income, it really is helpful to have those glossaries so everybody is kind of on the same page of what specifically type of housing are we talking about. But it's a great resource for your municipality, your county staff, your new elected officials, anyone who's dealing or talking or having a conversation around housing, what it needs to look like, who are the players, what are their roles. There's a lot of information, a lot of templates, a lot of tools to get you started and to help you navigate in your community. So I would, again, encourage you all to take a look at that if you haven't already. And there is on-demand videos there, too. We had a lot of trainings and courses and best practices from some of our housing consultants. So again, there's some great opportunities to learn and answer a lot of the questions that you have just from that guide alone. And then we also have, again, I had mentioned the technical assistance program. We did 3 rounds this year. If you're interested and need support, or your community has a small scale 30 units or less project that you know is being considered in your communities, we will be opening those rounds up again at the first of the year. So we want to make sure you guys all have access to that too. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there. Well, I guess I'll mention real quick our grants. CHFA is something new that we've done. We've kind of always done event sponsorships like we did today for Action 22. So any of your nonprofits, your municipalities, if you have fundraising events, we've always been able to come in and provide our partnership support through event sponsorships. So we encourage you, let us know, your local CRM or myself, just feel free to reach out. We're happy to support your efforts in that capacity. But we also have launched what we call our Direct Effect Awards, and they're donation-based support for nonprofits, municipalities, for programmatic needs. We hate to say grants because we don't have a whole sophisticated, there's a 2-page application, and the reporting is literally an email to us with your 3 goals that have been identified and how those were able to be leveraged to meet your needs. But it is really an opportunity for us to, again, 30,000, you can apply up to 30,000 or less support. So if you have your nonprofits, you have your committees at your local municipality or county levels that are tackling some of these initiatives, it does not necessarily have to be housing related. It can be any community enhancement, prosperity, childcare. We just provided childcare match grants for La Junta for their Ready grant. There's a lot of opportunities that we can help support your initiatives and efforts through grant support too. So we encourage you all to, again, we're always looking to make sure to spread that wealth in our rounds. We'll have 3 rounds that will open up again at the first of the year. So I just want to make sure that's on all of your radar for support too. I will stop there because I went 25 minutes instead of 20. So I'm being around all day and tomorrow morning, so if you have any questions or you want to connect on anything specific, I do know that Proposition 123 and Sarah and them have talked a lot about that, and I've had actually a few questions already on CHAFA's role. What does that mean? And we're happy that CHAFA's, but technically it is a proposition that is at the state level. CHAFA will have a role if it does play its state that they have the opportunity to contract again that those funds if they choose to. So if it does pass, CHAFA's role can be, and we're ready to take on that role if needed from the state or requested from the state to be able to help administer and deploy that program if need be. But again, it's not necessarily funds that will come directly to CHAFA. Those are state funds that will be passed in, and if they are, then we'll stand ready to help support the state by administering and deploying those funds as needed. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have afterwards. Thank you.
Like Sarah said, Caroline is absolutely one of our very favorite people. She has helped me tremendously, especially this last year, to understand housing a little bit better. She's patiently answered my calls and answered my uninformed questions about housing, so I really appreciate her. Another thing that in our conversations throughout the Action 22 footprint we get a lot of questions about is how to access funding. And so now we're going to hear from DOLA's Division of Housing Development Specialist, Fallon Miller.
Hi everyone, I know you're getting tired, it's Friday afternoon, so I'll try not to be too boring. But so at the state level, we have a variety of funds. We're going to go through just a handful of them. Some of the newer funds, talking about similar to what Caroline was talking about, that new workforce housing range. Hopefully we can get some higher AMI funding out there, that kind of matrix. Next slide. So one of the main new grant programs that we're rolling out is a transformational grant program. Several $100 million are being put into this, and we are on the verge, less than a month away from rolling out those funds. So we are actually going to start taking applications January 1, and those grants are to go towards a variety of different things, which, next slide. As you can see on here, there are geographic destinations, whether you're urban, rural, or resort. Rural, you are going to get a different limit on AMIs. So in urban communities, we're looking at lower AMIs because most regions, or most employers in urban areas are already paying kind of higher wages. And on this one, we are setting aside 50% of these funds for the rural and rural resort communities. So urban cannot touch 50% of the funds for the first year. So through December 31st of 2023, it is for rural and rural resort only, and you will get that opportunity for an entire year to gather up those funds for your communities. After that, as of January 1 of 2024, then those other 50% of funds will get opened up to the entire state. So they will go a little quicker at that point. Next slide. Another one of our programs that's rolling out is from House Bill 221377, which is homelessness response. Another multi-million-dollar fund, and you can see on here the eligible activities. It's not just building houses, it's not just putting roofs over heads, it's offering the services, paying your employees that provide those services, all these different eligible activities. With both of these programs, there's going to be match requirements. So for all the local city officials, county officials, be prepared. Any developer is going to be coming to you for additional funds for matching on these. We are still in the final stages of buttoning up the guidelines on these two. So match is not at 100% what it's going to be until that November 15th. We'll know for sure, but we do know match will be required. Right now, our state funding sources require 100% match. In rural communities, we can waive that with a waiver. So just keep that in mind, that match is not always a requirement. There's usually ways around it if we need to get there. Next slide. One of the additional bills that came out is Senate Bill 22-159, which is a revolving loan fund for investments in transformational housing. So similar to the first one I went over, 1304, which was a grant program, this is going to be a loan program. So this is going to help more of your for-profit developers, whereas the 1304 was more for your nonprofits, housing authorities, local communities, that kind of thing. For-profit developers can apply for these loans. It'll be low interest rate loans, similar to how we do loans now. We offer some cash flow loans depending on the project, that kind of thing. This also goes towards housing infrastructure, gap financing, home ownership, preservation, energy upgrades, a whole variety of different things that it can go towards. So again, not just building stick-built houses. Bring us anything you can think of. We can see if we can figure out a way to do it. Next slide. Similar to what Caroline was just talking about, we also just got some additional funds to go towards mobile home parks. We have not started working on the guidelines for these funds yet. That will roll out, though, hopefully by the end of the year. So that's an additional $35 million to go towards mobile home park infrastructure, technical assistance, acquisition, capital improvements, you name it. We're trying to get those funds out there. Mobile home parks make up a lot of our rural communities and rural resort communities, and they're getting dilapidated. They're falling apart, they're not safe, they're not sanitary, they're no longer working affordable housing for families. So these funds are going to be set aside to bring those back to their former glory and make them what they need to be so that we can put roofs over heads that are actually safe and sanitary. Next slide. So this gives you an idea of what our funds have looked like in past years. So from fiscal year 2020 through projected of 2023, these are our other funding sources. The funds I just mentioned are 5 times that fiscal year 2023 projected amount. So just keep that in mind. Our normal, you can see how we've increased every year exponentially. But on top of all these funds, so on top of the $129 million of normal funds that we call them, that we deal with every day, we also have another $500 million that we're going to be putting out there towards affordable housing. So altogether, it's over $600 million towards affordable housing in between fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Next slide. So if you, your communities, anyone in your community, you're looking at housing development, you've heard about these grants, oh, the state has all this money, how do I get it? This is how you get it. So we are by region. We are what are called housing development specialists. So by region, you reach out to your regional development specialist, and we find if you're just in that, I know we need it, how do I do it stage, we're going to help you connect with consultants or developers or whomever you're in that stage for, market study, environmental review specialists, those kind of things. We are here to help you from the ground up. So just from a thought in your brain of, hey, I have this piece of land and it's just sitting there and I'm paying taxes on it and I'm not doing anything with it, to, wait, I already have permits, we're ready to build, but now construction costs are through the roof and I can't afford the project I had planned. So anywhere from the very beginning stages to the let's build stages, we're here to help. Next stage. So in addition to housing development, the state also offers a variety of technical assistance. One of those things that we're doing now is going to be the Local Officials Toolkit 2.0 Plus, which Andrew Atchley, who is also a housing development specialist with the state, is putting that together. And it is leaned towards those government officials that they know they have a problem in their region. They know you need more housing in your area. It's there. They know it's there, but they don't know how to go about doing it. They don't know how to, a lot of times we're seeing zoning policies that are, in the way of building affordable housing, whatever it might be. This toolkit is kind of a 101 on housing development and how to get those zoning rules changed and how to bring in contractors, because you're in a rural area and no one wants to build out there, and all these different things. This is a 101 on how to get that done for government officials. Next. So in addition to Division of Housing portion that I do, we also have an Office of Homeless Initiatives, and they do a lot of our permanent supportive housing, those kinds of projects to help with the homeless initiatives around the state. They have the vouchers. There's a variety of things that they do. So Zach Schaffner is the point of contact for those projects. So if you are having homelessness issues in your region, in your area, in your neighborhood, and you're needing funding for a shelter, you're needing funding for some permanent supportive housing so you can get them off the street and give them services and help them get off their feet, Zach is the one you can contact. There's also a website on there that you're welcome to visit. Next. And then, as many of you have heard about recently, I'm sure, we have what's called the ERAP and EMAP programs through our Office of Housing Recovery, which that's been that rental assistance for renters, helping them pay their rent, utilities, those bills during the COVID pandemic. That is about to wrap up for renters. The middle of next month, that's going to come to a close. We are still going to be offering the EMAP program, which is mortgage assistance, and it's not just for your mortgage payment. We also can cover utilities, your taxes, your insurance, all those other things that come with owning a house. So that program is still live and active, and there's a website you go to apply for that. If anyone in your community is in need of that, please feel free to share it. Share it in meetings, committee meetings, those kinds of things. Get the word out there that those funds are available. Next. And now I will take questions. We do. All right, if anybody has any questions after, just come see me. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Fallon. I'll reiterate what Caroline and Fallon both said. If you guys have questions, these ladies are great at answering them. They'll give you an education you need. So one of the things, obviously, Action 22 does is we convene a lot of conversations with people across our area with different priorities or different objectives. For the last little while, we've had the opportunity to work well with Mayor Rico from Trinidad. And at his urging, we've actually started having meetings of local mayors, because obviously they have concerns that sometimes are almost exclusive to their offices. And so we've had some great conversations come out of those meetings, and one of the things that we circle back to frequently is crime and judicial reform. And so we've asked Mayor Rico to come speak to us a little more about that from a mayor's perspective. So I'd like to introduce Mayor Phil Rico from the city of Trinidad, Colorado. Mayor Rico.
Thank you, Micah. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm here to speak to you about crime. Crime is on everyone's minds these days. I don't care if you are a mayor, city councilman, if you are a commissioner, state official, or a elected official at the national level. It's a major, major problem that we are all facing today. I'm here today to say I'm not an expert in this, but I've taken some time to look into some of these issues. Crime is at an all-time high. We're facing that. It's scary. Police departments, sheriff's departments, and I'm sure judges, they're all very, very frustrated. Arrests have become a revolving door. It's a catch and release. It's almost like a fishing event. You catch them and you release them, they're out the door. Bonds are set low with the exception of murder or rape, and sometimes only a PR bond. And what's really interesting is that the jail of a community or a county only gets $10 for a processing fee, from what I understand. That's ridiculous. It should be higher than that, because it takes a lot of time to take in someone that's been arrested and process them. So I think that needs to be higher than that. Bonds, of course, they're extremely controversial due to constitutional language. So that's a major thing. You know, judges are bound by legislation, and some judges are pretty lenient. Others are, very, very strict in their sentencing guidelines. Past legislation has reduced felonies to misdemeanors, misdemeanors to petty offenses, and civil infractions, and there's even an unclassified offense, or there are unclassified offenses that are out there. Here are some of the bills that have passed recently. House Bill 2019A 1225 prohibited the use of a monetary bond for certain levels of offenses. House Bill 2019A 1263. It changed penalties for certain violations pursuant to Uniform Substances Act of 2013. Senate Bill 21-271. That is the major bill for the entire criminal code. It has 304 pages in it. So if you looked at that, I brought it with me, but it's in the car. But if you looked at that bill, you would not believe the number of strikeouts that were done during that process. So they struck out so much information in there, it's ridiculous. In 2021, this was the scary one. It did not pass. It was Senate Bill 21-062 was introduced, but it was not passed. The measure was to reduce jail populations. The thing about it is these bills were supported not by a single party, but they were supported by both parties. So you cannot point a finger at one or the other. They both supported it. Both supported most of these measures. So that's the interesting part. Offenders, they're released, and they go out and offend possibly even the same day. Our constituents, the citizens of our communities, they're afraid. They're afraid to go out. They're afraid to go to Walmart, to go to Safeway. They're accosted while they're out there. What the heck is happening, people? Give you a good example. In Trinidad, I talked to our police department, our police chief. We have one offender that has been in prison before. He's out now. He has 5 current cases pending against him in the city, 2 in the county, and he's out on bail. What gives? Like I said, I'm not an expert in this, but I have taken the time to read the criminal code of 304 pages. It's pretty lengthy. And I also read the 28-page, which is the bail bonds document, which is really, it's really, really difficult to read. It really is. It's very frustrating. They're extremely complex. They're also very lengthy. And I'm also aware of another 400-page document that's out there, and these are probably just a few that are out there. So if you look at all of these documents, how in the heck are police departments, sheriff's departments, judges, how are they able to apply good sentencing to these criminals? I believe that they're probably very, very, very frustrated. There are organizations out there that should stay on top of some of the changes, some of the legislation that come out. But the thing is that I really don't know how much communication goes on amongst those organizations when new legislation comes out. The Colorado Civil Justice, the Victims Organization, and probably others. So those are just, a couple of them. There are others out there. They need to be collaborating so that they can all see what the heck is coming out in some of some of this legislation. Crime has increased from 2019 to 2021. I've got some statistics here that probably, I'm not sure if you're aware of these. I'll just give you a few of them, some of the major ones. Murder is up 47%. Aggravated assault, 31%. Commercial burglary, 48%. Motor vehicle theft, 86%. I talked to our police chief, especially about the vehicle thefts. The biggest problem there, one of the biggest problems there is people are leaving their keys in the car, they're leaving their cars open. So that's one of the biggest problems as far as, because what's happening, a while back, one of the hotel owners in Trinidad showed me a video at his hotel. And this was in the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Pretty much happened every day for, 2, 3 weeks. This gentleman was going around and checking all the corridors to see what they were opening, if they were open. He found some. He looked into it, in there. If he found anything, I don't know. We don't know. But that's a problem. Drugs. Drugs are the underlying problem to the majority of crime. Murder, burglary, domestic violence, car theft, aggravated assault, all are connected to drugs. Fentanyl, heroin, drugs, cocaine, meth, opioids, and even marijuana. Fentanyl. I was at a conference, I actually came back from a mayor's conference in Denver today, and Mayor Hancock said something that really stood out to me. Have any of us seen a recovered fentanyl addict? Think of that. That fentanyl, that person has died or will die in the future, more than likely. 4 grams of fentanyl will kill, I think, 2,000 people. I read something a while back that I forget how much fentanyl would kill half the population of the world. It's crazy how destructive that one particular drug is today. We need to do something. When I took my seat in 2016, I understood that safety of our community was the most important thing that we have to deal with. And I really took that seriously. But as time goes by, it becomes more evident, and all elected officials need to come together to make meaningful changes, because many changes have unintended consequences. The citizens of our communities are acutely aware of crime and are demanding change. For current and potential legislators, before you say aye to any reforms, please read and read again to become fully informed of the consequences. Some of the things that I think that maybe can help, number one is education, youth and adult, and offenders, even in some of the prisons. Education in the prisons. I do know that there's a lady in Trinidad that goes to the Trinidad prison and teaches or helps some of the offenders to try to give them some better education. But I don't know if that goes across all the spectrum and all the different prisons in the state of Colorado. The Department of Human Services has a big factor in this. We have a generational problem in this state and probably in this country. There are generations that have come down one after the other, and they have invested in crime themselves. Grandfathers, grandmothers, mothers, fathers, and now children. This is a problem. Why is that? What is happening with that? One of the things that I think that we need to do is we need to get back to work to get the services from the Department of Human Services. I don't know if any of you remember, but back during the Clinton era, that was one of the things that came about. It went away. What happened? And what happens is, my wife used to work at the Council of Governments, and I've talked to people from the Department of Human Services. People come in to the county, the city, and they say, "Can I help you? Give me anything you can, anything you have." They go from the Department of Human Services to the Council of Governments. The Department of Human Services director, I think their budget for last year was $15 million. I think it's something like $40 million this year? And I'm sure that's pretty much the same every county in the state of Colorado. It's not just us. Incarcerated programs, community service for people that are incarcerated. You know, why can't they go out and help a city pick up the trash, mow the grass, pick up weeds, pick up cans? What's wrong with that? You would probably get them out of the jail for a little while. They might enjoy it. You know, at one time, the correctional department in Trinidad was allowing that. From what I understand, they don't do that anymore. I know a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about goes back to the state legislators. It's an economical factor. But where are we putting the money? Are we putting the money in the right places? We have to start with this particular issue here. If we don't do anything with crime, it's going to continue to get worse. Our housing problems are going to continue to get worse, and everything else is going to continue to get worse. We also need to talk about bail issues. I think bail issues need to be restructured. And of course, that's a constitutional issue. So that's something that's different. Stiffer penalties for drug pushers, the major drug pushers. I think they need to put in jail for a long, long time. They really, and the biggest problem is, how do we get other people to turn them in? That's the very, very hard, that's the real hard thing to try to get, is someone to point a finger and say, you are my drug pusher. I bought my drugs from you. Also, stiffer penalties for habitual offenders, like I mentioned, the one issue that we have in Trinidad. Why is the guy out? I don't know. So to help reduce the crime, everything needs to be considered and studied. And here's the thing. The big thing was that last year everybody was saying defund the police. BS. You know, we need to fund police more, not defund police. Everybody thinks that we get money from the state for our police department. We don't. Everything comes from our own proceeds. I think the state should help fund some of our policemen to help us retain our police department. What happens is we bring and train a police officer. He's in for 4 to 6 months. He works for a year, and then he goes to Colorado Springs or Denver, where he makes $80,000 or $90,000. So I think what has to happen is I think that the state needs to help the rural areas, especially the sheriff's department, the police departments, to help fund us so that we could keep good officers. Because I talked to our police chief, and he said he had one police officer that he had trained. And he worked for a year afterwards, and he went to Denver. We were lucky that probably a year after he didn't like Denver, so he came back to Trinidad. But that doesn't happen very often. Because what happens is, in Trinidad, our police department trains across the board. They learn everything. They go to Colorado Springs or Denver, they have a particular job to do or two. So they're trained there by the time, so we're their training grounds for them. We need to figure out a way to keep them here. So that said, like I said, we have a problem, folks. And I guess I could say this. We go back to many years ago to say this. Houston, we have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rico. So next we have the chance to hear from a dear friend of the family, Anacacia Shiflett. I think in this day and age, a lot of us, well, every single one of us have been affected in one way or another by COVID. Sometimes it's easy to forget that some of us are still being affected by COVID. So Sarah invited Anacacia to speak with us today. Our families are indelibly connected. Sarah's boys are friends with Acacia's boys. My daughter's good friends with her daughter. I mean, the family connections don't end. They're basically family to us too. So I'm not going to take anything away from her story, but I'm excited to hear it. I'd like you guys to give a warm welcome to our dear friend and give us 1 minute to dump the ice. We're going to have a combination of applause and ice dumping for the next 30 seconds.
Okay. Do you think they're done with the ice? Thank you, Sarah, for having me today. I am honored to be here speaking with you. And I would just like to give a little bit of a warning in advance that I am an emotional speaker, especially when talking about something so dear to my heart. So I will try to contain it, but just know. The COVID pandemic did not start for me with the shutdown, nor did it start for me when I got a severe respiratory infection in February of 2020, right after my husband and I had attended a conference in California with over 100,000 attendees. In fact, it did not start even when I very first heard the name COVID in January 2020. No, for me, it started when I started my family. It started when I became an active year-round trail runner in my 20s. It started when I opened my wedding dress gown design studio and started taking clients in 2015. It started for me when I participated in a polar plunge in the fall of 2019 to raise awareness for suicide prevention. Because these events taught me something that would in turn be used to help me navigate this challenging and ever-changing time. It is said that change is the only constant in life. Ironically enough, change under any circumstance can be complicated and not easy to adjust to. Quick change, unexpected change, and global change even more so. Like many, going into 2020, I was determined to make it everything I had dreamed it would be. I had goals galore. It was going to be the most amazing year. Until the world shut it down and slammed a door in my face, quite literally. It was like a hit to the gut, knocking the wind out of me. My weeks were a blur. What I remember from that time was having a never-ending headache and being utterly exhausted. Like many, I was desperately trying to navigate the situation with my clients, my kids, and myself. It was all too much. Excuse me, and to say unexpected would be an understatement. Each day just kept getting worse. There were more cancellations, more closures, more heartbreaking, horrible news about what was happening all over the world. I was an emotional mess. Recovering from that serious respiratory infection a few weeks before, my nights were filled with anxiety, depression, sadness, weird vivid dreams, and pain continuing into the day. None of these things were things I had experienced before, and to this degree. I felt it in my bones. Simple tasks hurt my heart and my chest. It would take 8 long months before we would hear the name long COVID from our family practitioner.
However, at this time, in the early stages of the pandemic, we had no idea that COVID could have residual effects, especially for someone who was never hospitalized, an active year-round trail runner, hiker, biker, with no underlying or pre-existing conditions. It was here that I found myself completely overwhelmed, not only with anxiety, but honestly with pure downright anger. I was mad. I was so mad at everything taking place, all the confusion, all the change, all the emotions, not just for me, but for friends and family, our children and clients, employees, employers, and so many people watching their hard work crumble overnight. So many dreams slipping through hard-working fingers. So many emotions. I was deeply struggling to navigate this place, and I needed to clear a path through the negativity. I needed to just throw it away. It was during the wee hours of the night that I decided that I needed to just throw some paint. Why? I don't know. It just felt good to be able to just express all this emotion that I was feeling. But I couldn't just throw any kind of paint, and I couldn't just throw it at anything. No, I wanted to throw it at something that I had made. I wanted to throw black paint specifically at something I had made, a beautiful white dress. Knowing so many of my other friends and business owners were going through the same emotional turmoil just added to the pain, the mourning of lost dreams. So I came up with a plan, but I wanted it to have meaning, and I wanted it to have a purpose. I would make a gown from scratch, a new design, and I would document the process, showing all my hard work through the years. Then I would destroy it, but with meaning. Every single action. On the nights I could not sleep or was unable to do anything because of my long COVID symptoms, I would think about how I would do it and how I would go about it. And on the days that I was able to work on it, I would. I then placed the finished dress on a mannequin, walked right up to it, and threw that black paint. Every toss of black paint felt like that punch in the gut all over again. Then I poured gold, representing our hearts, our spirits, trying to be strong. I allowed myself to feel all the emotions COVID had caused. I cried while I tossed, poured, and sprayed my creation with paint. I used blue, multiple and different colors, on top of her head to represent all the emotions that just kept coming, wave after wave. It took me over 2 weeks to make the dress, and quite literally under 10 minutes to destroy it. But with everything in life, not everything is what it seems. I was sure this project would come out awful. In fact, I knew it would. I knew it would be absolutely terrible, and the more terrible, the better. But instead, something else happened, something I was not expecting. Instead of something downright awful that I would hate, came out something that I loved, something truly unique and different, a surprising beauty. I had created true art from the depths of my wounded soul. They say that what makes art art is when it causes you to feel something deep inside that cannot be expressed with words alone. I may be the only person who ever feels anything about this piece, which is why I will always treasure it. My first painted dress project.
This was only the beginning of this painted dress project. Soon after, I was approached by the owner of the Colorado Wedding Magazine and asked if we could somehow incorporate the dress into a photo shoot. As you can see, it is literally painted on the mannequin. There was no way we could put that dress on models. So instead, we came up with a new idea, a photo shoot based off of the same concept. But I wanted to add more to it. I wanted to reflect all the turmoil the year 2020 had brought, all the lessons from the summer of Black Lives Matter to the chaos of the elections, taking all the lessons that our words, our actions matter. We affect each other, whether we mean to or not. In collaboration with the Colorado Wedding Magazine and our very own Jean Grafson Photography right here in Pueblo, Colorado, we started to work out all the details. I wanted a set of gowns to represent different cultures and people of 2020. But because of my long COVID symptoms, I knew I could not make gowns from scratch. I did not have the energy or the stamina. So instead, we used old and dismissed gowns that I reconstructed into something a little more classic. We found models willing to be covered in paint. Overall, I had a plan, but I left many details to chance. There was no method or reason to the way I threw paint on these dresses, even down to using different thicknesses and types of paint. In true COVID fashion, nothing made sense. It was just one big mess. However, I chose black paint first, like my initial dress, to symbolize the gut-wrenching reality of COVID, shutdowns, lost business, lost work, lost lives, the true reality of what COVID is, black. I then chose gold paint to symbolize the heart, trying to be strong for each other, the good part of us, and trying to help in our own ways. I proceeded to add copper and silver to other models. These symbolize additional strengths of the heart. The black hands and handprints are black paint. And black paint put on each other is our dark mark, our bleak actions towards one another. In many cases, this black mark may not have been intentional, but it is the reality of our actions. Lastly, I let the models just have fun. I let them pick their own colors and just have fun with it. Different colors bringing joy and happiness in unexpected places, turning something void and lifeless into something beautiful and unifying, truly starting anew. After seeing the incredible photos, I knew that this story of COVID did not belong to us. It was all of our story because we all lived it in one way or another. It was in these moments that we knew we needed to share it with the community, and that is just what we did. We created a gallery fashion show up in Denver and named it Expression of Tears, a COVID Story, in which we celebrated the resilience through a pandemic. We invited other businesses to join in, and all the proceeds went to a nonprofit community outreach program in Denver. The Painted Dress Project had become my guiding star, helping me focus on what I love during an especially dark and trying time. It taught me that beauty can be found in chaos. It started with throwing paint and ended up on Fox News in Colorado Springs and in Denver, on MSNBC in Denver, on Cohen Company and Good Morning Houston, as well as other various publications and news outlets. Not only has the Painted Dress Project been a way to find something beautiful out of chaos, to demonstrate resilience, but it also has been a way to bring awareness to long COVID. Remember that respiratory infection
I had at the beginning of the pandemic. Turns out I became an instant member of a club no one wants to be a part of. Did you know that there are an estimated 28 million Americans believed to be struggling with long COVID or post-COVID complications? This is from the American Academy of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation. I just looked up the numbers yesterday. In Colorado is an estimated 500,000 people. PASC, or post-acute sequelae of SARS-CoV-2 infection, or long COVID, is the continuing of symptoms after COVID for 4 weeks or longer. In the over 2.5 years I have been dealing with long COVID, I have experienced over 44 symptoms with my long COVID. Those include the worst, these are the worst ones I've had to deal with: neuropathy, tremors, muscle pain and weakness, spasms, headaches, fatigue, lung pain and lung complications, all over inflammation and brain fog. These are debilitating symptoms, symptoms that are so far removed from the person I was before that I didn't even know who I was anymore. And I mourned myself, my past life, and the future I thought I would have. I am not alone in feeling this way. Many with long COVID experience these very frustrations and experience many of the same symptoms that I have, if not worse. Like many, there were times I was completely bedbound, then other times where I could get out of bed for a few hours out of each day. I had to ask for help with normal everyday activities. Even taking a shower could be too much. I had become instantly aged, with many doctors and specialists trying to help figure this out at the Jewish National Post-COVID Clinic in Denver. But I was not going to let this be my new life. Dr. Maggie Berghoff said when talking to a group of chronically ill patients, "It's okay to not be okay right now. It's not okay to not do anything about it. You don't have to accept this as who you are or your new story. Your past and your current state do not have to be your future. You decide from here." I held on to these words, and I decided that my life might look different than I had envisioned before COVID, but it was still my life, and I would do anything and everything I could to get to a place of management. And that is exactly what I did by taking the very experiences I had learned pre-COVID. Remember when I said that COVID started for me when I started my family? That is because when I started my family, I learned to love unconditionally, to care for and nurture, and to have patience. But now I need to do that same for myself, to be compassionate and to be kind to myself, as well as to others. You don't know what they are going through. Long COVID is an invisible illness. Along with many other chronic illnesses, you can look relatively normal, yet feel completely terrible. COVID also started for me when I became an active year-round trail runner in my 20s, because it taught me persistence. Waking up at 5 a.m. 3 times a week and running the trails of Colorado, rain, snow, sun, or wind. When I got my second COVID infection this past January, it left me with even more muscle weakness and pain. For me to regain some of this strength and stamina, I knew I needed to take action, but the physical therapy that the post-COVID clinic offered was just too far away for me to participate in. So instead, my doctors and I came up with a plan of something that I could do myself. I can't run. I still can't run. So I started something that was little to no impact that I could do slowly, which was swimming. It was not easy. It was very, very difficult. There were times I would sit at the side of the pool to catch my breath and let my muscles recover. I would cry it out, and I didn't care if anybody saw. All that mattered to me is that I showed up and that I tried my best. It would use up all my energy for that day and completely wipe me out. But I found that over time, it was worth it because I started to get stronger and things started to get easier. COVID also started for me when I opened my wedding gown design studio in 2015 and started taking clients, because starting a business takes faith over fear. I didn't know if I'd be able to make a business work in Little Rye, Colorado, especially designing custom-made bridal gowns. I don't know what my life will be like in the future. There are a lot of things I can be fearful about because there are a lot of unknowns with long COVID and its long-term implications. I have hope that science will catch up, that we will get the help we so desperately need, the support we so desperately need at all levels. Lastly, COVID started for me when I participated in the Polar Plunge to raise awareness for suicide. I sat in freezing water for just under 25 minutes to win a bet with my brother in order to raise more money for the cause. It was in the very moments when I was ready to give in and to give up that I remembered sitting in that icy, cold water that I did on purpose. And I remembered just how strong my body was and just how strong my mind is. Because strength is in the will. Sometimes you grow through hard things just to find out you're exactly the person you were always meant to be. Life has shaped you. I gained perspective from my previous experiences in love, strength, perseverance, and faith over fear that have become the very tools that have helped me enduring living with long COVID and getting to a place of management. The theme of this conference is Enduring Colorado. I hope that by sharing my story and the Painted Dress Project, that you gain a better understanding of the ongoing battle that those struggling with long COVID are fighting. It is a silent battle, a difficult battle of endurance. But we hold on to a hope that as we learn more about the effects of COVID, we can find better ways to treat and support those affected. But we can't do it alone. We need your love, we need your support, and we need your compassion. I would like to end with this quote by Jean-Francois Steiner from the book Treblinka. He said, "Life, no matter what it is like, must be lived. And to live is not merely to survive. It is to dance, to sing, to write, to create, even if that creation comes about by just throwing paint." Thank you.
Do me a favor, hang on one second.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That's, I know a couple people actually stepped out of the room to have an emotional moment in the hallway. Will you do me a huge favor, because I know he'll hate it? Will you introduce Joel to us too?
Yes, so my husband, Joel Shiflett, is here with me. He pretty much takes care of everything that I need, and he's the muscles, and he is my strength, and I appreciate him. So he's back in the back. Thank you.
That was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Keisha, for that. So now we have another special guest. You've heard his name. You've seen the shoes. Can I get a round of applause for Governor Jared Polis?
Hey, everybody. Good to see you all. I know it's been a busy day. It's great to be here in Pueblo. Great to join our friends here at Action 22. I always look forward to this annual event hosted by Action 22. We've spoken before. Thank you to Sarah, your excellent team. As you probably also know, Sarah was kind enough to moderate a debate a few weeks ago. Always exciting to be here in Pueblo. This area, Southern Colorado, your member counties, is really a big part of what makes our state a special place to live. Really representing great parts of our ag economy, our tourism economy, manufacturing, steel here in Pueblo. Really a key part of what makes Colorado special. And we've dealt with a lot these last few years. Everything from the 3 largest wildfires in the history of our state, the most destructive fire in the history of our state just 10 months ago in Boulder County. The global pandemic, I think you just heard from somebody with long COVID. I have a good dear friend my age. His 18-year-old daughter has long COVID, has been suffering for 8-9 months and messed up her plans to go to college and all that. We're learning a lot more every day about what that means, and hopefully additional therapies in the future. But from wildfires to the pandemic to global inflation, we've really come together as Coloradans, and we have a lot to be proud of, with, of course, a lot more work ahead. We have one of the strongest economies in the nation, well below the national unemployment rate. More Coloradans employed today than ever before in the history of our state. And, of course, our amazing quality of life. We focused on protecting and expanding access to our outdoor areas, reducing the cost of State Park Pass starting next year. Families going to Lake Pueblo instead of $84 a year, $29 a year going forward. We've added 2 new state parks, one obviously here in Action 22's area in Trinidad. I'll be back down there again. I think, is it next week? I'm going to see y'all again. Looking forward to that. And of course, we completed the work at the Trinidad exit as well as a lot of transportation and infrastructure work here in Pueblo. We did that because we were able to 2 things. One, we were able to get done a state bipartisan infrastructure package. And then coupled with the federal bipartisan infrastructure package, it's really first time in recent history that a governor can come before you and say, look, the roads and bridges are going to get better rather than worse, because we've been building a deficit these last few decades. We now have the funds over the next decade, state, federal, billions of dollars going to our roads and bridges. Second part of that is, of course, making sure we get the biggest bang for our buck, drive operational efficiency with our contractors. I always tell our CDOT director, we like to get things done under budget and ahead of schedule. And we often do. We got the gap north of Colorado Springs done under budget, ahead of schedule. As I mentioned, we got the Trinidad exit reopened, the bridge, a lot more work connecting trails for the visitation for the park and the town that we're very excited to be engaged with. We're also very excited about investment here in Southern Colorado, right here in Pueblo. Proud to help steel plant grow, $500 million expansion. Part of that, of course, bringing additional manufacturing jobs here. We got the largest solar energy behind-the-meter project in North America. Low-cost power for manufacturing, locking in those low rates for decades to come. Very excited about really bringing the benefits, the kind of green dividend from lower energy rates to manufacturing, to energy-intensive endeavors. And that's something that I want to, we need to do across our ratepayers and homeowners as well. You've probably read about natural gas prices going up, utility bills, right? We need to get ourselves off of this dependence on these commodities that can force us to pay twice as much for our utility bills. Right now, coal is about 8 to 9 cents a kilowatt hour. Solar capacity, 2 to 3 cents a kilowatt hour. So the sooner we can make that transition, that's about we'll be paying about 2/3 less on our electricity bills. That's why Rocky Mountain Steel wanted to lock that in. They couldn't compete with steel if they were forced to buy energy at higher rates from coal. And of course, we worked with the Pueblo commissioners on the plan for Comanche, holding the county whole on tax revenues, and of course, making sure we get that scheduled in a way where it benefits workers and the community here in Pueblo. And we were thrilled to have their support with the final settlement at the Public Utilities Commission. You know, when I think about the future of our state, obviously there's nothing more important than education. That's where I've done a lot of my work. Got to know many of you when I represented you as the at-large member of the State Board of Education. When I served in Congress, served on the Education Committees, founded 2 charter schools. We've made a lot of progress, but there's a lot more work to get done. We actually just announced a big grant for Pueblo 60 last week, our RISE initiative. This is for parental engagement, getting parents involved in schools, very important, partnering with principals and teachers. But the biggest thing we've worked on is getting universal kindergarten, my first year, free full-day kindergarten, every school district. And then preschool funding starts next year. We are glad to work with all of you and your counties on who administers that locally. And if you don't know who that is yet, you can ask, because what we do, we have, I think, 52 local entities, 51, 52 that are administering preschool. We have 64 counties, of course. So it doesn't, I know there's some counties that have banded together, and that makes sense. Usually it's your early childhood council or something like that. But that is live fall of 23. Every kid will be able to go to preschool. We built into the law, if an area couldn't figure it out locally, the state would administer it for a year or two until they figured it out. I am proud to say that every area of Colorado has figured it out, and they're all going to be administering preschool, which was our preference. When we can administer something at a level local, closer to the people, that's always preferable. We've really, as an administration, been focused on local control in a variety of areas, whether it's minimum wage, oil and gas, other areas where we've empowered our local communities, COVID management, obviously, now on preschool administration. We're very excited because the people that are closest to the ground in the community really know the best way to get that done. We've also been focused, we talked about preschool and kindergarten, on better preparing people for the workforce of all ages, but we're also, talking about high school, those graduating high school not going to college, but also somebody, maybe they had a career for 25 years, but and they're only 50, and they're retired from that, they want a new career. So people of all ages, aligning, the training and skills for, we call it upskilling, reskilling, and those opportunities to people. So from their perspective, earn a good living. From our economic and statewide perspective, this powers our economy. We need to fill these good jobs with people with the skills they need. The good jobs are out there. It's a good problem to have, more jobs than people. I mean, it's all a problem, right? But that's a much better problem to have than more people than jobs. The state went through that 08, 09. We remember that here in Pueblo, Southern Colorado. A lot of jobs. But how do we match the skills of people and help them get what they need in terms of certification or skills to hold those jobs? First of all, we are moving towards what we call skills-based hiring as a state. That means that rather than look at, whether somebody has a college degree, and sure, that's one way to get skills. I happen to go to college. I suspect some of you did too, but there's many other ways that you get the knowledge you need to succeed in the workplace. It's not just about college, right? Some people might have got them by serving in the United States military. and they have the skills that they need to perform in a job. Some of them might have gotten those skills as a homemaker, right? Or running a small business or a family farm or ranch. So however somebody got the skills they need to fill a position that powers our private sector, we want to validate that and credential that and make sure that they're able to earn at a higher level. And of course, help power our economic engine of Colorado forward. We're making progress on a lot of issues for Coloradans. We're creating opportunity, freedom. It's why we live here, enjoying our great outdoors, protecting access, enhancing access. We opened up over 500,000 acres of school trust lands to visitation. Some of you might hail from some of the southeastern, and they're mostly eastern Colorado counties, of course, where most of our school trust land is. That had been closed to access. We derive revenue from it for our school permanent fund. We get revenue from grazing and mineral royalties, so forth. But we said it's public land. We ought to be able to be there. So now open, hunting, fishing, hiking, wildlife photography, bird watching, 500,000 acres. We're going to focus on opening more of our school trust lands for public visitation as well. That's a partnership, Colorado Parks and Wildlife and State Land Board, where we've appointed folks that are deeply committed to this mission of public lands, public access, right? It's the same sort of value behind getting Fisher's Peak open, right, for visitation. Shouldn't just be off limits, right? We want it to be public land, public access. Part of that was reducing barriers to access, namely cost, right? State Park Pass, $29 instead of $84. And we also are funding outdoor equity grants. Pueblo Boys and Girls Club, $50,000 3 weeks ago, getting kids, underserved communities out into the outdoors through nonprofit partners, right? Camping, hiking, day trips. How do we build that connection between our land and our people that I have, that many of you have? But how do we make sure every Coloradan can have that very powerful and compelling connection to be good stewards of our land, the life, right? Our farmers and ranchers live every day, that connection to that land. Outdoor recreation enthusiasts in a different way. How do we build that into kids from East Pueblo, South Denver, other parts of the state where they might not have those same opportunities? We also are facing how we plan to how we can make Colorado a safer place to live, right? I don't think there's a community in Colorado that hasn't been touched by the scourge of illegal drugs and fentanyl. We've lost too many of our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters. Colorado needs to step up, and we are. I was proud to sign a bipartisan bill that takes some of those first steps. We added additional criminal penalties around fentanyl. We were one of the first states in the nation to add a new felony category for pill press possession, right? These might just have a trace of fentanyl, but that's what's used to lace other products with this poison that's killing our kids. Support for law enforcement. Encourage Pueblo voters to support 2B, fund your police. But local funding is not enough. That's why the state stepped up for the first time under my leadership. We said we're going to support local law enforcement. So we now have grants for local law enforcement that they're able to use for retention bonuses and recruiting. Sheriff's deputies, police departments, officers of the peace, and continuing to support that work that they're doing on the local level with the support they need from the state to get it done, as well as more work to prevent crime from before it occurs, which means better mental and behavioral health support services, addiction recovery and treatment, youth diversion programs. How can we make sure that kids that are involved with the criminal justice system, 14, 15-year-olds, can get on the right track rather than become hardened criminals? And that's the kind of work we need to double down on to make Colorado one of the 10 safest states, which is our goal over the next 5 years, to make Colorado one of the 10 safest states. And of course, another issue that unites us across our state is how we can save people money and reduce costs. We've obviously put front and center a 2-year property tax cut, largest property tax cut in the history of our state. That's for 23 and 24. Everybody's rate will come down. Whether what you pay goes down or not depends on how much your property assessment goes up, but everybody's rate comes down, 23, 24. We need to find a way to have a permanent mechanism to prevent property taxes from pricing anybody out of where they live, right? So that's going to be our focus, as well as saving people money. We cap the out-of-pocket cost of insulin. Preschool and kindergarten, it's important for kids, it's important for education. Guess what? Also saves parents money. Kindergarten, $500–600 a month. Preschool, $5,000–6,000 a year for young families. And we need to continue to make childcare more affordable. There's also a workforce issue. When you talk about preschool childcare, it's also about empowering a second parent to be able to re-enter the workforce sooner if they choose, right? So it powers our economy, saves families money, and of course, when you put quality first, as we do, it helps narrow the achievement gap, the learning gap, prepare all kids for success, especially kids from backgrounds where they might not have parents that are fluent in English or are able to do the kinds of work because of jobs, reading to them every night. We want to make sure they get as prepared as other kids in the state and are ready to learn and achieve at a very high level. I thought I would end on water. Of course, I've joined with many of you in strongly coming out against the proposed transfer of water rights from the San Luis Valley to Douglas County. Both specifically, but also as a matter of principle, we cannot pit one part of Colorado against another with regard to water. We need to look at Colorado as a whole. That's very much the role of governor. Of course, fight for our legal rights under the interstate compacts. We are, whether it's the Republican River Compact and the issues with Nebraska, or whether it's the Colorado River Compact. We have a very strong, aggressive, top legal team fighting for our prerogative. Water is the lifeblood of our state. It's critical for our future. We have to make sure that we have the water to power our ag economy, one of our leading economic sectors, and that we avoid buy and dry policies that pit fast-growing suburbs against the economic engine of our state in rural Colorado. We are proud, of course, with help from our federal government partners, to help fund the Arkansas Valley Conduit. You might have read about that in the last day or two, bringing clean drinking water to 40 communities in southeast Colorado. $60 million, a lot of money that we've been able to bring. We also continue to modernize Colorado's water infrastructure, storage, water efficiency, and of course best practices in ag, and of course making sure that growing urban areas are able to implement water smart policies, as we're seeking to do. We're working with Aurora, we're working with a number of other cities on that. And we'll continue to invest in modernizing Colorado's water infrastructure and finding innovative ways to make the most of what we have. Hotter, drier climate, greater population, greater strains. We need to be creative, we need to think out of the box, we need innovation. That's what we do best as Coloradans. Here in Colorado, we're resilient, we're innovative, we're pragmatic, we're data-driven. And of course, I'm working relentlessly with Southern Colorado and Action 22 counties to move our entire state forward in a Colorado for all. Because at the end of the day, this is our Colorado. And we never lose sight, I never do, of how lucky we are to live here, how lucky I am to live here, to raise our 2 kids here. And I'll never stop fighting for a better future. And that's my commitment, not just as governor, but as a dad of 2 kids who call Colorado their home. They're with their grandparents today here while I'm down with you today. And of course, we know there's going to be more challenges ahead. But working with Action 22, we can make sure that Colorado's best days are still ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. He's always been super generous with Action 22. From the moment he came into office, he's been incredibly accessible to me, and I appreciate that so much. Even when we don't agree, you still take the time to have the conversation. So wait, come back up for a second. So we're going to do, you're going to stick around and help us kick this off. Sure. We're going to have some fun with this. Okay, so here's what I need really quick. We're going to do this candidate reception. I need about 2 minutes. I need some muscle in the back. We have table back there. We need to move it out here. We've got food. We've got drinks. I'm going to say everybody grab something. In just a second, we're going to start the candidate. We're going to start the candidate introductions. The governor's going to help us with that. He's going to all the candidates who are running for office, we're going to give you 60 seconds to first tell us why we should vote for you, and then you need to finish with what your favorite thing is about Brian McCain. Are you ready for that?
Sure.
He's behind me.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Why are we roasting him today?
Because he's so deserving.
What's a good favorite thing?
He is what his stage name was when he was he was in a band.
Yeah.
And he toured and
Okay.
like he was in a
Okay,
metal
good.
band. So what his stage name is. So and it's I know what it is,
So do
but
you
we
want-
can't say it.
So what are we doing now?
So
Where are
they're
all the
gonna
candidates?
they're gonna move. So all the candidates, if you guys want to just line up on this side, we're gonna do those introductions. The whole idea of this is that we are very collaborative. We appreciate people who run for office, who step up to the plate. We appreciate them very much, but also we leave the political muck at the door. If you've been involved with Action 22 ever, you know how this goes. Whatever happens, whatever we wake up to on November 9th, that's who we have to work with. And Action 22 is very serious about keeping that up and going. So we're going to invite the candidates 1 minute over here. And then here's the other thing. This is what all these candidates know. This room is full of leadership. Everybody knows that you're a resource. People come and ask you what your opinions are about the candidates. So as soon as we're done with this, and we're going to go through it fast, we want you to actually talk to each other. So talk to these candidates, ask them questions, and we'll do it that way. So we're going to ask you guys to step up. Yep.
Okay. So we'll just go in the order they're standing here, I guess. So, okay. Well, we have Pueblo's own State Senator Nick Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for hosting this. It's great to be here. I'm Nick Henriksen. I took over for Senator Leroy Garcia when he went to the Pentagon about 7 months ago. And I've worked across the aisle on multiple issues and am just laser focused on Southern Colorado. Look forward to talking to all of you about those issues in detail in the meet and greet section. But the number one reason you should vote for me is I'm the only candidate in this race that has been fully transparent throughout the race. I'm the only candidate who's been willing to debate. I'm the only candidate that's been willing to talk to the media with specific ideas, specific platforms, and talk in detail about the legislation I've already accomplished. So I'm Nick Henriksen. I'd be honored to have your vote, and I'm happy to talk to all of you later.
Thank you.
Running for Congress in the entire 3rd Congressional District, we have with us candidate Adam Frisch.
Thank you, Governor. My favorite thing about Brian is being grilled on 2 podcasts that I've had a chance to do with him and Sarah. So I am Adam Frisch. I'm running for Congress, CD3. The main things I'll say again, I think people want the circus to stop. And I've said for 20 years, if there's a Get Stuff Done party, I'd be in that party. But that party's not doing very well right now, and we're suffering for that as a country. And I'll leave it at that. But if you want to learn more, I had a great 40-minute conversation with Sarah and Brian, specifically about energy independence and how important it is, not just for this region, but for our country. And you can find it on YouTube or probably the Action 22 website. And it's great to be back here again in Pueblo. There's very few weekends I've missed since February in Pueblo. Thanks, everybody. And I'll be honored to have your vote. Thanks, Sarah and Brian.
Is that it? I think Heidi's here. Should I introduce her?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And we have also a candidate for governor of Colorado, probably my 2nd or 3rd favorite candidate, but that's because I'm self-interested. We have Heidi Ganahl.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? Hi, everybody. How's it going? That doesn't sound very promising. How you doing? Good. I'm so happy to be here. We've been all over Southwest Colorado the last few days. We did an event in Walsenburg and Westcliff and Alamosa, and it reminded me of all the things that are so endearing to me about Colorado, the small towns across our state. We've got to do everything we can to protect rural Colorado and respect rural Colorado, make sure we protect our water rights, our farmers, our ranchers. As you know, I'm married to one of the top barbecue cooks in the whole country, so I am very, very invested in making sure the beef across the state stays healthy and strong. So there you go. But I am just blessed and honored to be on the front lines of this battle to protect our beautiful state. I will do all I can to respect rural Colorado, be a voice for you, make sure we clean up crime down here in Pueblo. I grew up the road in Monuments and spent my summers on Pueblo Reservoir, so I have a very, very strong place in my heart for this beautiful town. I appreciate the time. I look forward to spending time with you tonight and tomorrow, and feel free to ask me any questions that you have, or my team's here as well. God bless you. I'm happy to be here, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
And are there any more candidates in the room for office? Who do we have? Oh, we have a whole bunch of them. Okay, so who do we have next? You tell me who to call. By the way, we have Rod Pelton, who is running to be the second Pelton in the state legislature, right? First, you're always number one.
Yeah, I'm there right now. My cousin's not. Yeah, I'm the original. My name's Rod Pelton. I'm running for Senate District 35, 13 counties, southeast Colorado. The reason you should vote for me is I'm common sense. I still run a registered Angus cow herd with my wife of 43 years. 6 grandkids, that's why I'm here doing this. 1 minute, that's all? That's plenty for me. I've been a state representative for 4 years. I have a proven track record of voting for rural Colorado and for agriculture, but I also do a lot of work with mental and behavioral health at the Capitol. We have a huge problem in rural Colorado, and we need all the help we can get in that. So I look forward to be your next state senator.
Thanks, Mr. Pelton.
We have running for state senate in Pueblo County, Steve Varela.
Thank you. Oh, yep, I'll keep it to 1 minute. I'm Stephen Varela, and I'm running for Senate District 3. I am a husband, a father, and a veteran. I am not a politician, and I'm here to make a difference in our community. I am very excited, and I look forward to every single one of your votes in here. You know, I'll tell you, it's been great working on the campaign trail and representing and talking to every Puebloan. Everybody in Pueblo is ready for change. They're ready for something different, and we're going to make that happen this November 8th. So thank you, everybody. Stephen Varela, Senate District 3.
Running for Pueblo County Clerk, we have Nathan Baxter with us.
Yes, sir. Well, good evening, Pueblo County. My name is Nathan Baxter. For those of you who did not meet me already, I see a lot of y'all from the Farm Bureau meet recently. I'm running for Pueblo County Clerk and Recorder. It's time to do something a little different, I think. I've got 8 years in the United States Marine Corps, about 20 years in operations management, so I'm familiar with running large, multifaceted organizations, and I think it'll be nice to have somebody in that office that can run multiple divisions and organizations. So that's why I'm running, guys. We want to fix some things here in Pueblo County, make things run smoother for everybody. And Lord willing, come November, that's exactly what we're going to do. Vote for Nathan Baxter in November, guys. Thank you.
Running for Pueblo County Treasurer, we have with us Michelle Gray.
He's got a lot of energy. Yes, I am Michelle Gray. I'm running for Pueblo County Treasurer. I know how to serve the community. I am a math teacher. I retired from District 60 after 27 years. The office of treasurer here is a management position. And when I was in Pueblo City Schools, I was the math specialist for 6 years, and I had to manage 32 schools and 1,000 teachers with the mathematics curriculum at that time. I am a longtime Puebloan, grew up in Detroit though, and my kids are first generation Puebloan, so I'm kind of a generational Puebloan. I at least gave birth to them. So anyway, I really want to serve our community. I have been a math teacher for 27 years, and I would love to have your vote in November. Thank you, November 8th.
Running for House District 62, San Luis Valley Plus, Carol Riggenbach.
Hello, everybody. I am a nursing home and assisted living and a home health administrator. I have about 30 years of experience with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and I look forward to being able to use that experience. I'm also a farmer, so I look forward to sitting on the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee. I'm the only candidate that's qualified to be able to do that. And I'm a small business owner, so I also look forward to being able to defend and help and protect our ability to run our businesses and take care of our families. And of course, I'm a passionate mom that really wants to be able to see our schools and our kids be able to thrive, and for our families to really be able to live in safe neighborhoods. So, and working with legislation to be able to do that as well. So thank you, God bless you. Thank you for the time you came today. It's nice to have everyone here. Thank you.
Running for House District 46, Jonathan Ambler.
I am Jonathan Ambler, running for House District 46. I taught economics. I taught mathematics like Michelle. I have taught psychology. I've taught a lot of things. I'm not here to fix everything because of those things. I'm here, I'm running for this office because I have 7 grandchildren and I'm worried about their futures. We've got to change things for our families. Thank you.
By the way, no one has said anything about Brian. So we'll start. But Brian, heard you're a heavy metal, you're a veteran of a heavy metal band. And what was your stage name? Crimson Cane. Crimson Cane. So running for Pueblo County Commissioner, Zach Swearingen. Got it, right?
You got it. Hey, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for having all of us. Thank you, Action 22, for putting this together. My name is Zach Swearingen, and I'm running for Pueblo County Commissioner. First and foremost, I am a husband and I am a father. Our twin girls are 4 and our son is 3, so we've got a chaotic household. I am a small business owner, starting 2 brick and mortar businesses here in Pueblo County since 2016. I am a U.S. Navy SEAL veteran, and I am a Pueblo County native. So I think my top priorities for this position is decreasing crime, improving public safety, streamlining our business permitting process and making us a lot more business friendly, helping our veterans and expanding some of those veteran services, and really taking care of our youth and giving a lot more for our kids to do here in this community. Thank you very much, and I ask for your support and vote.
We have running for Pueblo County Commissioner, Roxy Pinanelli. Yes, I got it right, right?
Thank you. Yes, perfect. Perfect, Governor. Great. Thank you. Sorry, I was just at another event. We brought to my partner, Kennedy Pugh, and I brought the Colorado Committee for Business for the Arts, which is great because it's something that I advocate for in our community. I'm running for County Commissioner. I am really very dedicated to what we do for the human infrastructure of this community. I think that there's a great deal that's being done. I think the city is growing in many ways, but I'm very keenly interested in what we do to preserve the mental and the physical well-being of our children and our families, working families, and what we can do to ensure that people will come here, thrive here, be able to afford to live here, and we can do that by putting social workers in the schools, by looking at the way we can eradicate heinous crime, the way we can create affordable housing, and we have an opportunity to do it. So I appreciate the consideration. Roxy Pinanelli, I'm the Democrat candidate, and I also advocate for women in government. Thank you.
So that was so awesome. If you are now wondering, like, if anybody asks you what Action 22 is about, you just witnessed it. That's what it looks like. Thank you so much. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, and thanks in Action 22, because, you know, at the end of the day, whether we're represented by Republicans, Democrats, we want to make sure that Action 22 is speaking to all of those, and we do appreciate everybody, the men and women who said, I'm putting my life on the line here, I'm standing for public office, it ain't easy. Let's give all of our great candidates another round of applause.
Okay, there is food and drink. Mingle, spend the next little bit. If you don't